Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder, Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world. You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
My name is Katie Bennett, and I own Lexicon Presents Publishing. We are a publishing and media company that helps you take your story and share it with the world. You know, for a while, I just had my family telling me to just hang it up, get over it, you know, and I had no support. And it was in your program that I really understood the necessity for having that help, having that support. And so now I actually feel like a CEO as we scale, as our clientele changes, as my company is opening doors for other people to, you know, take care of their families. It's just completely changed from just a mom who was publishing books. I was at a point where my job, although it was paying really well, wasn't enough. And my business was always in the red. And I was tired of it. And so I came in just hoping to get some sort of help to just not end up in the red every month. Ooh, wow. Okay, so there was one in particular, I cannot remember his name, but he asked me, he said, why are you in business? And I told him that I wanted to make a difference and I want to help my community. And he let me ramble on for a while. And then when I was done, he was like, okay, all of those things are great. They make you a humanitarian, not a business owner. And he was the one who told me, he's like, you know, you have this great service and you're offering it at like a great value price. So to someone like myself, we don't know that we're going to get the value of what you're actually bringing. And so that gave me the confidence I needed to raise my price. It gave me the confidence to go after my actual client that I actually prefer to work with. And it really just changed everything for me. I don't think without him kind of giving me that push, I don't think I would have gotten to this point or position. Wow, the benefits is just having a coach that holds you accountable. They set goals with you. That's been my favorite part. She has amazing experience, and so she brings her strategies and her ideas, and she helped me narrow down, what services I actually wanted to offer, how I could actually continue to offer it, how many clients at one time could I have. All of the information that she's given has just really transformed my entire company. And so I know I would have never gotten to where I am today and having some of these partnerships that I'm, having now without her help. You're going to get information that you're not going to find on YouTube. You actually take the time to strategically give us the information, then give us time to actually apply it. I would also say that so that you're not just out on a ledge alone trying to figure this out. Like, you deserve to be in a community with other people who also want to grow their business. And then finally, the biggest thing I think I took away from CMET was that I had a whole office in Longwood, I still do, and at the time I had not paid my business tax receipt. I didn't know that was something you had to do. So that was like one of the first couple days of information, and I'm like, oh my gosh, let me go get that together right now. So I'm really glad that, CMET was there for myself, and anybody else who has the opportunity, they need to do it.
Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for an experience like no other. Tune in every Monday at 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time for The Mary D. Show, where the ordinary meets the extraordinary. The Mary D. Show brings you powerful insights and inspiring stories from a diverse range of guests. Join our incredible host, Mary D. Welch, as she sits down with thought leaders, business owners, and changemakers, sharing their journeys and successes. From career professionals and entrepreneurs to educators and beauty advisors, Mary D. Welch interviews sports figures and health enthusiasts, offering a platform for extraordinary voices. Explore the world of extraordinary people and places in business and finance, homes and real estate, beauty and wellness, education and empowerment, sports and health, and more. Want to be a guest on the show? Call 619-669-8603 or email Mary at marydwelch.com. Visit www.marydwelch.com to learn more.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you. The marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has a power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
Social media is evolving. It's more vibrant, more colorful, more energetic, and so are you. It's not just photos anymore. It's video, it's audio, it's subscriptions. And now there's Fanbase, a new monetized social network. Fanbase delivers the complete native app experience with full content monetization for every user. No algorithms that shadow ban your engagement or growth, and no ads. Follow anyone for free and subscribe directly to your favorite creators for $4.99 a month. Plus, show some love by tipping on any post. Also, make a Fanbase page and monetize your content the same way. Finally, connect with your followers by posting the amazing content you already create. And now, get paid for it. It's time to energize and monetize, because everyone's a fan of something and everyone has a fan base.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
You're here today to celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Mary D. Welch, and I am your business moderator for this edition of Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, and Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. We will be hosting a fireside chat with Brandy Hubbard. Brandy Hubbard is an executive manager and educator with Financial Educator, an American classic agency, is dedicated over 24 years as a licensed life, health, and annuities agent. Her unwavering mission is to be the agent of change, empowering families across the United States to protect their income, eliminate debt, and create generational wealth. Her passion for this cause extends beyond her profession. Oh, I'm sorry. Here we go. Yes. Ladies, so ladies and gentlemen. Oh, her role is she's active members of the Black Brandy's Women, who lead programs and holds free financial and wellness workshops, spreading her knowledge and expertise throughout the Hampton Beach, Virginia, and other parts of the U.S. All righty. Now, ladies, gentlemen, I present to you Brandy Hubbard. Brandy?
Yes, hi, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Great, thank you. I'm super excited to be here.
We're excited to have you. We really are. Why don't you share with our audience about the things that you're actively involved in?
Oh, yes. So I'm super excited. I've been a part of American Classic Agency now for actually 25 years. And here in the Hampton Roads, Virginia area, I'm a part of an amazing nonprofit organization called Black Brand, who is the Black Chamber of Commerce for the Hampton Roads, Virginia area. Being a part of that, I am also a part of the Women Who Lead program, which is an amazing program, which is empowering women in this area. And I'm super excited to share some really great gems today. So you're going to have to lock in your seat, right? Get out a notepad because you're going to want to take some notes on this presentation that I'm about to share with you all.
I can't wait. All right.
Yep, so let me know when you're ready for me to jump in and we'll hop right on in. So, ladies and gentlemen, what I wanted to talk to you about today, let me tell you, it's going to be an eye opener, okay? Because the system was not designed for us to win. Unfortunately, it was not designed for us to win. So, my goal is to help in educating our communities, especially communities of color, on the strategies that are out here that can help us win. The strategies that the wealthy use. You know, there's so many strategies that our community is not aware of. There's a lack of financial education and there's a lack of access to these wealth building strategies. And my mission is to give you access and teach you these strategies. Now, what I want to share with you is one of the strategies that's taking our communities by storm once they learn this, right, is the 770 account. Now, you're probably looking at me like scratching your head, the 770 account, right? Because not many people know that it's referred to as the 770 account. So I'm about to drop some gems and I need you to write this information down. So that you know I'm not blowing smoke, I even pulled up the definition on Google. And because I did that, I'm going to go ahead and read to you this definition right from Google so you can follow along with me, okay? The 770 account refers to a type of life insurance policy. Y'all get that? Specifically, a cash value life insurance policy that is structured to comply with IRS tax code 7702, allowing for significant tax advantages on the cash value accumulation within the policy. Essentially, it's a way to use life insurance as a savings vehicle with unique tax benefits due to its design under this specific IRS code section. Now, who knew? How many of you knew that the 770 account is permanent life insurance with a twist? And we're going to talk about that twist. Do you know the 770 account was also referred to as the Babylonian Code, the secret account, right? Why, right? The invisible account, the 501k plan. You see, just like the 401k was named after the 401k section of the chapter in the IRS code, the 770 account was named after the tax code number that discusses life insurance, right? So why not just call it life insurance? Because I want to make sure y'all picking up what I'm putting down here. Because this is not your average insurance that you buy for death benefit purposes. This is a cash accumulation strategy, okay? That if it's used correctly, it can provide the following benefits: competitive rate of return, tax-free accumulation, credit protected in most states, strong guarantees. You can leverage it. It can be used to finance asset purchases, and it has living benefits. Why aren't there many agents that are talking about this, right? Do you think that there's a reason behind this? We're going to get down and dirty and into the trenches, okay? Because at the end of the day, this is information that really needs to be talked about. These strategies can help us to create generational wealth and to help us dig out of this hole that many of us are in. Debt is consuming so much of our society that it's really a crisis that we're in. So what we're going to talk about is, because oftentimes you may hear different things about cash value life insurance, and I want to bring to your attention that if you don't know, you don't know, right? But you really need to educate yourself on the many strategies and how valuable this tool could be for you. Some people often may talk about buy term, invest the difference, right? But you know, some people out there, we have, and I won't name any names, but I'm sure we all know who I'm talking about, who they often discourage you from getting cash value life insurance. But what I say to that is really a disservice, because they're not really, I don't know if they just don't know or haven't taken the time to educate themselves on the power of this vehicle. I don't know if they know and they're just not teaching you the real truth, right? But whatever the case is, I'm here today to open your eyes and help you to appreciate the many benefits. And here's a clue. And this is information that's easily found. You can find it, right? So I'm going to give you an example. There are many large banks, just to name a few, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, who actually dump a large amount of funds into cash value life insurance. Why is that? And I have an example here. I won't name the particular bank here, but this particular bank has over 9.8 billion in real estate, right? We often hear about how investing in real estate is a good thing to do, right? They also have $3 billion in stocks, which is also a good thing, right? We love to diversify, our portfolio. But check this out, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to take my time with this. They have over $20.9 billion in cash value life insurance. Did y'all hear me? They have 9.8 billion in real estate, 3 billion in stocks. But why do they have $20.9 billion invested in cash value life insurance? That's a clue. Okay, and we're going to talk about it. So when I was thinking about what I wanted to talk about today, we're going to talk about debt. We're going to talk about mortgage debt, but not just mortgage debt, because I do realize not everyone has a mortgage. But we're going to start off with that, okay? We're going to jump in the truth behind mortgage debt. Now, when I posted to my social media platforms, I encouraged everyone to get their mortgage statement out because I really wanted them to see this firsthand. When you pay a mortgage, some people opt to, or they choose to include their insurance and taxes within their mortgage. So we're not talking about the full mortgage payment. That's why I wanted you to get the mortgage statement out. We're going to look at how much of what you're paying is the actual mortgage, right? The principal and the interest. So I'm going to give you an example, and this is going to be very eye-opening. Let's say you were fortunate enough to purchase your mortgage when the mortgage was at a 5% interest rate. We're going to use that as an example, okay? So we have a mortgage that's 5%, right? That's what we were told, that we would be paying 5% interest. Well, if you want to kind of follow up on what I'm saying, you can always go to amortization-calc.com. And that's basically an amortization calculator. Okay. So you'll know that everything I'm saying here is legitimate. Now we have a 30-year fixed mortgage. We're gonna use the example of a 30-year fixed mortgage. Let's just say the mortgage was a $300,000 house purchase that you made. And based on your payment is $1,610 a month. So hopefully everybody's following me so far. You have a $1,610 a month payment. It's a 30-year mortgage. It was a $300,000 purchase, okay? And you're getting it at 5% interest. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to look at the real interest rates. Did you catch me? We are going to look at the real interest rates that you are paying. And this is very eye-opening. This is going to be a mind blower here. So hold on to your seats, right? And what we're going to do is we're going to compare what you would be paying in month 1, in year 10, year 20, and even down to year 29. Okay? So what I want you to do is get your calculator out too. Let's grab our calculators, because even though I have the information here right in front of me, I'm going to grab mine too. Okay? So I'm pulling up my calculator. And what we have here is for the first year, we're going to take that 1,610, right? And guess what? Looking at this schedule, guess how much out of that $1,610 is going to interest? And see, that's why for those who do have a mortgage, it's important for you to pull that statement out because it's right there in plain day. Unfortunately, so many people don't look at it or they don't pay attention to it. But I'm here to tell you, it's right there on your mortgage statement. Okay. In this particular example, the interest is $1,250. Y'all heard me right. $1,250 is going towards interest out of that $1,610 payment. Here's the example. I'm showing it to you, right? Out of that, only $360 is going to my principal. Are you kidding me? 300. So let's do the math. Let's do the math, right? Here we go. 1610 divided by, nope, my bad. 1250, the interest amount, divided by the 1610 comes up with your interest. Comes up with how much of your payment went to interest. And I wish we could talk to one another, right? But do you see what that number is? If you have that calculator out, 1250 divided by 1610, you are paying 78% interest. It comes out as 0.776, but like we learned in school, you round it up to the next number, right? 78% interest. Can you understand now how we never really are able to get ahead? You'll often hear somebody say, "Oh, put an extra payment, towards your mortgage so that can go towards the principal." And you know what? That's not a bad idea. But we're going to talk about how we could use those dollars in a more efficient way as I continue with this presentation. Okay. So I don't know about you, but did you just fall out of your chair learning 78% is what you're truly paying in interest? Now, you would think as time goes on, we're going to look at year 10 now, right? It got to be better. 10 years have passed. Okay. Well, it's a little better, right? Not a whole lot better, but let's look at these numbers. In year 10, out of your $1,610 payment, now $1,009 is going to interest. $1,009 and 601 is going to your principal. You're still paying 63% interest. Can you see how that's just keeping us in debt, right? I'm going to move it right along. So we discussed the first payment, which you would be at 78% interest. 10 years later, you're at 63% interest. Okay, Brandy, got to get better after 20 years, right? 20 years is a long time to be paying this mortgage. I know I have to be somewhat close to that 5% I was told my interest rate would be. Huh? Let me tell you, 20 years later, let's look at this chart. $1,610. Guess how much is going to your interest? Still, $620 is going towards your interest and $990 for the principal. Guess what, guys? You're still paying 39% interest. Did y'all catch that? 39%. Guess when you get close to that 5% interest? Guess year 29. Y'all heard me right? Year 29. In year 29, 29 years of paying, at that point, you're at 5.3%. I hope that you all really get what I'm saying here, okay? Because this is key to you learning how to really get that financial house in order. And it even breaks it down on your statement. If you just paid your regular payment for the full 30 years and you spent 300,000 on a mortgage, right? You would have spent almost $300,000 in interest. You could have bought that house twice. You could have bought that house twice. Okay? So that's very important for you to understand. You're going to divide that interest payment by the mortgage payment, and that will tell you exactly how much interest you are truly paying. I'm going to have a solution for you before we end this presentation, okay? But now we're going to move next to our next vehicle that's killing us in debt. Credit card debt. Oh my goodness. Credit card debt is drowning us and keeping us from getting ahead. In this particular example, now credit card debt works a little differently, okay? But it's still an issue that's not allowing us to really get out of debt and create this generational wealth. So in this example, we're going to use an example of you having a $10,000 credit card balance, okay? Now, today's interest is terrible. We're talking 29% on a lot of credit card interest. Now, sometimes the credit unions will give you like a better interest rate, but it still might be 15, 16%. You might get 13, but the average person is getting about 29%. Okay. Now, how is the minimum payment calculated? Notice I said minimum payment, right? That minimum payment is calculated with interest and 1% of the balance. Okay. So on a $10,000 credit card that has a 29% interest rate, your minimum payment is $341.67. Now let's get them calculators out because I really want to make sure you all are getting what I'm talking about today. Okay. So $341.67. If you only paid that minimum, which unfortunately a lot of the families that I sit down with today, that's all they can afford to do is pay the minimum. Inflation, taxes are killing our families. They're living paycheck to paycheck and they could barely pay the minimum. But I want you to understand this. If you only paid the minimum on a $10,000 card at $341.67 a month, it would take you 363 months. How many years is that? Let's divide that. How many took their calculator out? If you want to drop in the chat, how long is 363 months? According to my calculator, that's 30 years. Oh my goodness. For a $10,000 credit card with a 29% interest and you're paying $341.67 a month, it would take you 30 years to pay that card off. We're drowning in debt. In that time, you would have paid $23,438 in interest. In interest. And that's your credit card debt. Okay. So when you look at the real interest rate that you're paying on that credit card, all the way from months 1 through 12, that's 70%. The true interest percentage is 70%. Can you understand what I'm putting down here? Okay. This presentation is to help you to really start thinking and truly understand why you're not getting ahead. Let me tell you, I had a friend of mine tell me, oh my gosh, I had this credit card and I was paying extra on it. And even with me paying extra on it, after a year of paying almost $2,500 in payments, only 500 of that went towards my principal. Did y'all hear what I just said? Only 500 out of 2,500 went towards the principal. That should be illegal. That should be illegal, right? Okay, so here's what I know, and that's with the credit cards, okay? We're going to move it right along for time's sake, and we're going to jump to auto loans. Same thing, right? You get a $35,000 car payment. Let's say you get it for 72 months. You're going to deal with the same problem, okay? So like I said, for time purposes, I'm going to move a little quickly, okay? So this is why the average person is swimming in debt. They're not getting ahead. So many people are forced to file bankruptcy. But there is a solution, and we're going to talk about that. I'm going to give you an example, and we have business owners on here, so I'm going to talk to the business owners first. I'm going to give you an example of we're going to call him Joe. Joe is a 50-year-old small business owner that does really well, right, on a daily basis, okay? But he is hindered by the following problems: debt, cash flow, taxes, and having flexibility, okay? Now, currently, his debts are this: he has equipment, he has a car, he has a truck, he has a construction loan. And basically, when you add up all his debts and his interest rates, he's dealing with a $2.1 million balance. Okay. He's paying out over $26,000 a month, in payments. Now, based on how Joe is doing what he's doing, it would take Joe 27.8 years to pay off his debts. So he would roughly be 77 years old, almost 78. And if he continues to pay the way he's paying, he would pay out over $650,000 in interest. That's $26,286 a month going to his debt every month. Now, as business owners, I know a lot of you all can relate to this. Well, what can we do to help Joe? And we've actually helped real life business owners. We changed the name to protect this particular business owner, but this is a real life scenario. What could we do to help him? We can help him to eliminate his debt, increase his cash flow, create flexibility, and potentially decrease lots of taxes. You think Joe got excited about that? See, his current way of doing things is going to take him 27.8 years. But with our strategy that we teach you, guess how many years we can get Joe out of debt? Drum roll, please. 6.4 years, ladies and gentlemen. Did you hear what I said? Instead of him getting out of debt in 27.8 years, we can get him out in 6.4 years. Instead of him being 78 and not even being able to really enjoy it, right? Guess what? We can get him out in 6.4 years. And Joe is only 56 years old with a lot of life left in him and many years to live. And he is totally debt free. We would have saved him over $270,000 in interest. He would have paid off his home and all his business expenses, right? And at the end of that 27 years, instead of him having nothing to show for it, he would have over $10 million in liquidity. Did y'all hear what I said? $10 million in liquidity. His business is worth $5 million. His home is worth over $500,000. We've helped this business owner to see the light. Many of you might be saying, well, can I just pay extra myself? Well, of course you could, right? There is even a strategy known as the snowball effect. Many of you may have heard of that. Will that pay your debts down, quicker? Well, absolutely it will. But here's the problem with that. You're only using that dollar once. See, we show you how to put that dollar to work and be able to use it more than once. Okay? Well, how is that? Because we're teaching you how you can pay off your debt and build wealth at the same time. And that's the real key. See, we're showing people how they can pay off student loan debt, credit card debt, their car debt, their mortgages, their 30-year mortgages. We're showing people how to do all of that. A 30-year mortgage in 9 years or less with the strategy that we're using. So I want to help dispel this myth, right? It's so much noise out there, on social media. And, here's what I know. Some people are just teaching buy term investor difference. They're really down talking cash value life insurance because they typically really just don't understand the tax codes and the real benefits of cash value life insurance. Some of the people that I see on social media, when they're talking bad and down about cash value life insurance, it really makes my skin cringe, because it's important that you get the truth and the real information about cash value life insurance. It's an amazing vehicle that can help you to create generational wealth. And one thing I do know, as a licensed professional, I will never down talk or talk bad about any of the vehicles that are out there, whether it's final expense, whether it's term life insurance, whether it's cash value life insurance. Each particular vehicle has a purpose. One of the things I do know is if you hear a professional agent out there talking bad about a particular product, run, because each one has its place. And that's why I made sure that I positioned myself where I can offer all of those different products, because I want to be able to fit the needs of my clients, right? Term has its place. Cash value life insurance has its place. Each vehicle has its place. And that's why it's important to sit down with each client and find out what their individual circumstances are. How we can help you, because everyone is different. Some people are just single. They don't have a house, they don't have children, they don't have a spouse, but they care about themselves. So we have products specifically for them. And life insurance can help them too. Some single people feel like, oh, I don't need life insurance. I don't have nobody to leave it to. But what they don't realize is life insurance has come a long way. It's actually for the living. It just has that additional death benefit piece. I want you to think out of the box. Life insurance is for the living. We have products that have living benefits that are attached to them. In the event that you have a heart attack, stroke, diagnosed with cancer, you have a vehicle that you could reach in there and actually get a portion of your death benefit while you are still living. We are approaching the hour, so I'm going to bring this conversation to a close. There's so much more that I can teach and share with you. I'm really passionate about this business. I love helping people. I'm never going to steer you wrong. Even if you have a policy in place, we can take a look at it. We can review it. We can make sure you have the right policy in place, right? Because you can't get a second opinion from the same person you got it from, right? So I'm never going to steer you wrong. If what you have is right for you, I'll let you know. But if you want to get out of debt, if you want to learn that strategy, we can set up a one-on-one appointment, where a Zoom appointment, there's no cost to you. This is a free presentation that I will do for you to tailor it to your needs. We have a whole sheet you fill out. We actually put together illustration software to make sure that we get the right product for your individual circumstances. You can reach me at 443-864-7337. Follow me on Facebook, Brandy Hubbard, all the social media platforms. Get excited. I hope that the information I shared with you today gives you, a reason to really think about things. And I'm telling you, this strategy is changing people's lives. And I would love to at least have a conversation with you. It doesn't cost you anything. And if you decided that you would like to move forward with this program, it doesn't cost you anything other than what the program, in other words, we don't charge anything, for our services. The insurance carriers pay us. So that's something you wouldn't have to worry about either. But get excited. Let's get those financial houses in order. And I'll see you guys at the top, because the bottom is overcrowded, and I will return this platform back over to the moderator. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for joining us. And I hope you receive some gems out of what I just shared. You're muted, Mary.
There we go. I certainly did. I sat here, I'm taking notes. I didn't want to move because I didn't want to miss anything, but I am going right now to get our mortgage statement as soon as the show, because I'm sitting here in awe of the things you just taught. In awe. If there's, I don't know about anybody else, but you really, and you did such a very good job. I mean, Randy, I was sitting here going, wow, you are a teacher.
Oh, thank you so much.
You are definitely a teacher. And this is from one teacher to another. But
thank you so much.
Because of the way you explained it, there was no room for, ambiguity. It was very clear. It was very concise. So I definitely want to thank you for that, because I'm like I said, you educated me.
Oh, thank you.
But I did want to find out, is there any, let me ask you this. What are some of the biggest financial mistakes you see people making, and how can they avoid them? What are the biggest ones?
I'm sorry, my phone was ringing. They're not utilizing that dollar in a way that can really benefit you. There's so much more I can teach, but of course we have time constraints. But we're showing people how to use that dollar more than once. It's just like with the banking system, right? With the banking system, when we put our monies in the bank, they use our dollar up to 7 times. Okay, so that's another thing. But maybe if I come back again, we can get more into the trenches. But I'm licensed, and of course, in all the states in the U.S. So if anybody is in the U.S. and they would like to have a conversation with me, we could do a one-on-one Zoom, and I can share so much more knowledge and help them to position themselves to pay off their debts a lot sooner.
Well, let me ask Brandy. I'd like to thank you for being on the show today. And how can people get in touch with you?
Yes, they can reach me at 443-864-7337. They can send me an email at my name, Brandy, middle initial A, Hubbard, @gmail.com. And you can also find me on the social media platforms as well.
All right. Well, thank you for being here today. And we really do appreciate your time.
Thank you.
All right.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you. The marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has a power to shape their own destiny. Where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to do, I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
How hard is it to land on the front cover of a top-tier global publication? The answer may surprise you. If you are a business owner, industry leader, speaker, author, or coach, this is your opportunity to get featured in a publication that reaches worldwide. We want to be able to tell your story, showcase your brand. We have made it so easy. All you have to do is answer a few questions and tell us a little bit about your business, and we'll take care of the rest. But why get featured? 1, it gives you massive exposure to a global audience. 2, it helps to boost your credibility in your authority in your industry. And 3, it helps you to expand your network and unlock opportunities. Now, right now, we are offering a special limited time offer. You can be seen by over 10,000 viewers and readerships each month. So don't wait. This is your time to elevate your business and get featured. All you have to do is click the link below and get started today.
Welcome to Intentionality with Dominique, the show that helps business owners become valued and in-demand suppliers in the marketplace to scale their businesses. Let's start today's show with host and intentional connector, Dominique Simpson-Milton.
My favorite question to ask, but what would you say is the difference between working in your business versus working on your business?
Oh my goodness, it's a mindset for sure. And prior to working with the council and working with you, I don't even know that I placed as much emphasis and importance on it. But now I understand the importance of working on the business, which is that business development, strategic planning, taking that 30,000 foot view, every 6 months and definitely at least once a year to find out what's working well, what's not, pivoting if there's a need to pivot, adding new verticals. Like that's working on the business. Working in the business is the day-to-day operations.
Right. Putting out fires in the day-to-day, responding to emails, that type of thing. And working on the business is setting a strategy based on what's going on in your various industries. What are the trends, and making sure that you are doing the steps to stay in front of those trends.
As you grow and as you evolve, I'd say there are a couple of things to that. One is if you are in the weeds every single day, and quite frankly, when you start a business, there's not a lot of it's hard not to be, right? Because you're probably small when you start. There are probably not enough resources for the things that you have to do. That's normal. But as you grow and as you evolve, you start to understand that if your view is here, then you cannot gain the perspective to see all of the interrelationships and all of the opportunities and all of the strategic maneuvers that you should be doing in order to grow your business in step functions as opposed to incremental.
Well, working in the business is doing everything. You wear all the many hats. Working on the business is finding out what hat you like and then being able to put in processes, systems, people that will help complement your skills.
Chasing the dollars, trying to make sure payroll is done. You have enough work to cover payroll and $2 or $3 in your pocket. The next thing you know, year after year, you're in a rat race. You've never been trained to develop your business or to take it to another level.
As long as I can focus on where we are going, because no one else is doing that in the company, except for me. So if I can see, here's where we're going, and I need all 10 of y'all to come with me, then if we all do that together, then the business grows because everyone is focused on the thing they're supposed to be focused on.
Love that.
Yeah.
I think for a lot of business owners, particularly when you're just getting started, you're wearing multiple hats. I tell people all the time, I was always letter E, all of the above, when we used to fill in those multiple choice tests. And even now I still do a lot, but what is really great is that right now I'm in Richmond. My team back in Raleigh is handling everything. I don't have to pick up the phone. I don't have to check that email because I know that they can take on whatever is being thrown at them.
Take time to slow down in order to speed up. Invest in CVM SDC developmental programs each year to grow your business. Working in equals maintaining. Working on equals growth. Visit cvmsdc.org for more information.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Mary D. Welch, and I am your Black Business moderator for this edition of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses and about business. We are doing a fireside chat with Dr. Tandra Price. Dr. Tandra Price is a dynamic sales professional with over 20 years of experience based in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, with a passion for the power of networking. Tandra believes that meaningful connections can unlock incredible opportunities. After attending numerous events that missed the mark, she saw a need to improve how people approach networking and conversation. Tandra has since empowered hundreds of entrepreneurs to build strong relationships, create opportunities, and generate residual income through her strategic approach to network development. Her experience working alongside industry leaders has expanded her expertise with her mission to inspire and educate entrepreneurs to achieve global success. I present to you Dr. Tandra Price.
Hello, hello, hello. How are you? Thank you so much for that amazing introduction.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for being here, Dr. Price. We are so happy to have you today.
Awesome, awesome. I'm happy to be here. So we're going to jump into a fireside chat here today, and I'm going to talk a little bit about my favorite topic, which is mastering the art of communication. I'm so excited to be here and to share this topic with you. It's been something that is so dear and true to my heart that I've been able to help lots of entrepreneurs be able to master the art of networking and communication. Again, my name is Dr. Tandra Price. I am the international speaker, two-time best-selling author, and I am known as the networking ninja. I am the visionary and author behind Tapped In Magazine, which is a global publication with over 700 online distribution channels. My passion really lies in amplifying the voices that is forging powerful relationships and connections for entrepreneurs worldwide. Tapped In Magazine, it is just more than a publication, and it's a lifestyle, business, and entertainment magazine. It is really the gateway to help entrepreneurs be able to showcase their story, their brand, but more importantly, amplify their voice and make sure that they are able to connect with an audience worldwide that will give them opportunities for their business growth. Again, I like to say that I'm so excited to be talking about one of my favorite topics, which is mastering the art of communication through network strategies. But one of the most important things when it comes to mastering the art of communication is we genuinely have to have interest in the other person that we are actually prospecting or talking to. We have to make sure that we're understanding their needs and wants and make sure that our products and services fit within our prospects' needs. But I'm going to share with you really 5 keys to mastering this whole art of communication. And the first one is going to be the best way to start a conversation. A lot of times we have and struggle with ways to initiate a conversation when we meet somebody for the first time, whether it's personal or business. But I'm going to give you some really true, proven, tested things that we do on a daily basis that you will really be surprised to see that you do in order to master art of communication. The next, we're going to talk about when is the best time to network. I get this question asked all the time. When is the best time to network? Well, you're going to find out that networking is a 24/7 process. And I'm going to be sharing some techniques with you and some different platforms and things of that nature to where you can begin networking and make it a constant part of your daily routine. The third thing we're going to do is make sure that we create a plan. We got to have a plan. You can't have anything without having a plan. And so we're going to show you some keys and ways of, how you really develop your plan after you've done all this networking. The fourth thing we're going to talk about is how do we use a platform that is so underused, which is LinkedIn, which is one of my favorites. I'm going to show you some techniques of how you can authentically start building your relationships and connections through LinkedIn. And last, I'm going to talk to you about how do we really bring all this together and use a digital platform to be able to master your message. Networking is really an investment. I know a lot of times we don't look at it like that, but networking is an investment in our business, just like we invest in anything else in our business through websites and all that stuff when we put the investment in our business. But networking is a crucial part to that. And if we take the time and we do it right, it can yield great results for years to come. Networking can be simplified for whether you're a seasoned pro with networking or you have maybe some challenges when it comes to networking or even at networking events and really starting the conversation. These strategies that I'm about to share with you, again, they've been proven and tested. The word to where you can quickly, simply integrate these into your daily business, professional, or personal life to be able to master the art of communication. But when we think about our master art of communication, we want to start with 4 effective communication steps. We always have to have something to where we are making sure that we can actually deliver a message that our prospects or the people that we're trying to connect with really understand what we're saying. So the first step to master art of communication is you have to have a clear and concise message. That is one thing that is missed out a lot of times when we're actually marketing or when we're actually trying to connect with people in mastering art of communication. We got to know what we're talking about, and we got to make sure that the other people understand what we're talking about. Step 2, we have to clearly state what it is that we want. A lot of times when we put a message out, we can kind of go around and around in circles with it, but we have to make sure that people know exactly what we're asking from them, what we want them to do. Is almost kind of like an assignment, but we want to make sure that they clearly understand that. Step 3 is we have to describe our products and services. A lot of times we can talk about things, tell people what we want, but we're not even describing how our products and services really works. And then the 4th step is we got to make sure that we're telling our prospect, listen, you have to have our product. This is what things will look like if you have our product. This is what things will look like when we don't have our product. We have to make sure that we are really describing those 4 effective keys when we're talking about mastering the art of communication. It is a network strategy that once it is done again correctly, that it can yield for results to come. A lot of times I always get asked, when you talk about networking, like what are some platforms that you can network on? I am so glad that you asked because there are tons and tons of platforms. I'm going to share with you just a few. Some of these you may use, some of them you may not use, but these are some amazing platforms that you can use to really send out a mass message to your audience and be able to build your audience as well as sending out this message. One of the things, the platforms is going to be emails. We should all be using emails, whether we're sending out newsletters, whether we're just communicating on a regular basis to our clients, giving them updates about their products and service. 2 is Slack. It is an amazing platform that you can use. It gives you real-time communication. Microsoft Teams, we normally use that for when we're in corporations and things of that nature, when we're trying to send out a mass message to teams. Zoom, it is nothing better than having a face-to-face conversation with your prospect. And Zoom allows us to do that. It allows you to do that face-to-face, but it also allows you to do it in a group setting. And you can do many, many, many different things with Zoom. Skype, again, is another immediate conversation. It's a video voice chat that you can use. So sometimes, it's kind of going off the side a little bit, but it is still there for you able to send out mass communications. We have WhatsApp. If you are trying to get international business, remember, business is done 24/7 around the clock, depending on whatever time zone you're in, but business is going 24/7. And WhatsApp is a good tool to use to send out a mass communication. Google Meet, make sure that you are actually doing a virtual meeting Facebook Messenger is different because it's different than having your Facebook feed. You're actually taking that person into another whole messaging group to where you could talk to them individual and talk about your different products and services. Twitter, Streamline, which gives you all that via a phone direction, video chat, similar to a lot of things that we do right now. Messaging app, again, it gives you that quick, instant communication for your both personal and casual information. Team chat, listen, if you're trying to do some internal communication with your team, this is the platform. LinkedIn messaging, I love it because now you can take your message that you're trying to talk to your client and get more in depth, get more information, have more of a one-on-one personal conversation. And again, Instagram is out there as well. These are just some of the platforms that you can use to send out mass communication. And you have to think about how you're using them strategically to make sure that you're doing it. But once you optimize your communication, these help you to expand your reach and build a long-lasting relationship. You have to think about, how can I expand my reach? How can I just, go wider, bigger, broader? And some of those platforms will allow you to do that. So now I'm going to dive into my amazing topic that I love so much, was, again, mastering out of communication. And one of those 5 keys we talked about is, how do you initiate a conversation? How do you initially start a conversation? Well, no worries. I'm going to give you 6 steps on how to do that, because when you talk about how do we initiate a conversation, it is so easy. It's something that we do all the time that we really don't even recognize that we're doing it, but you're doing it. And some of these ways you can interact them together. They just don't have to be a standalone way of starting a conversation. But the first one is just a simple introduction. You don't have to put a lot into it. You can just, hello, how are you doing? Simple introduction. If you're at a networking event, throw out your hand, give a good firm handshake to let you know that it's a business relationship. If you kind of struggle with even just saying hello, just smile. Yes, just smile, because a smile will go a long way. Try the next time that you're out. If you just happen to smile at someone, believe me, it is going to initiate a conversation, because that person is going to say, hello, how are you? Nice day. They're going to say something to you to get that conversation going. Now you have to be the one who keeps the conversation going. 2, ask the question. Anytime you ask a question, you know that it's going to be an immediate response. We do it all the time. We're asking questions all the time. Just think about the steps that I'm going to share with you and figure out how you do them on a daily basis that you really don't realize, but it is a part of networking. Remember, networking is just, how do we effectively and efficiently keep the communication going? How do we build relationships with the communications? 2, ask a question. Believe me, you're going to get immediate response. 3, compliment, making sure that you're giving a genuine compliment. People love to talk about themselves. They do. They like for you to talk about them. They like to get compliments. They like to say how good they look, how clothes they're wearing is beautiful. They love it. But once you give that compliment, just be genuine about the compliment, and that compliment will go a long ways. 4, people always love to give their advice and opinion. You can always ask anyone. I don't know if you've been one of them type of people that you'll ask somebody a question, they'll just keep talking and talking and talking and talking, because they love it. They want to be helpful. They want to share their advice. They want to be just be helpful in the community. So asking people advice or opinion definitely is a good way to start a conversation. 5, I always put what we call a humor joke. I always keep a humor joke with me. So if I'm at an event that is uncomfortable for me, or I'm at a strange place, I don't know anyone, and I have to be standing by someone, I want to let them know that I welcome the conversation. So I always start with a joke. I don't do any political, any religion, any of that. I always have just a fun, just casual joke that I can just do to kind of make the other person laugh, or just let them know that I'm open to having a conversation. And 6, and most importantly, please observe your observations around you. Your environment is so important when it comes to starting a conversation around you. You can say whether it's raining, whether it's hot, whether it's cold, you could talk about that. You can talk about different things that's going on. You can even say, listen, this is my first time ever been at one of these amazing events. Have you ever heard of the speaker, author, whatever? You could just pay attention to your environment and your observation, and you can be able to start a conversation. Those are 6 real quick, easy ways to initiate a conversation. We do it all the time. You can interact them. You can have a compliment and ask the question at the same time. Or you can say hello and give a compliment. You just intermix in the conversation. So think about it the next time you're out having a conversation, how easy that could be when it comes to networking. The next step I want to dive into is, people always ask, when is the best time to network? Networking is 24/7. It's like You can't turn it off. It's like a water stream, just continues to run. Like the rivers, just keep going and going and going and going. You never turn it off. Remember, business is happening 24 hours a day, depending on what time zone you're in. But think about this. Every conversation, there's probably billions and billions of conversations that's happening every day, every second, every minute. And that's the same way that networking works, because people are trying to communicate and send out a message to someone. But here's some places to network that can help you to effectively and efficiently get your message out as well. Conferences and conventions, those are the best places to network. Anytime you go to a conference, whether it's virtual or in person, it is an opportunity for you to view the screen. If it's virtually, look at all the people there, or even get a list of the people that are chatting in with you, to see who's there, and you can now start having conversation with them. The next one is professional association meetings, trade shows and exhibits, business networking events. They are the best. And we'll show you a little bit of how you can really navigate through those. Alumni gatherings, Chamber of Commerce events. That is the Chamber's main purpose, is to make sure that they are networking with other business owners in the community. You can never go wrong at a Chamber networking event. Online or in person, meetup groups. If you haven't dived into that, listen, Google whatever meetup group that shows a passion or interest that you have, and join that group and start networking. Workshops and seminars, career fairs. Now, I've always get this question, why would you network at a career fair? Because you all have some commonality when it comes to networking, because you are looking for people to be a part of your business, and they are looking for work. So that is the best way to connect and be able to network. Volunteering opportunities is another major. If you have a special cause that you are part of, anytime that you're amongst a bunch of people that have the same common cause is a very good place to network. Toastmasters and public speaking groups, social clubs, recreational groups, online networking platforms, community event and festivals. And the main one is charity fundraisers and galas. Now, this is where you talk about that money, right? So there's going to be conversations going back and forth. And how can we be a part of this? How can we help you grow or even raise money for your event? Think about that. The more that you can be and give value, a lot of times we have to think about the value that we can give is how we're going to be able to build our relationships and those connections. Think about the value that you can give or contribute to something. Again, perfect place for opportunities for your network. Now, one of the things that we've talked about a little bit that I want to get to is that people always ask, why do you network? There's benefits in networking. Remember, I talked about the stream. It just constantly goes. That's exactly how networking goes. But there's so many benefits when you think about networking. When you think about networking, it is, again, 24/7. It's something that has to be embedded into your business practice and incorporated into your daily routine. Once you've reached that objective, you still keep going. Because I always like to say this, and I always throw this analogy out. When you think about the benefits, think about if you were going to the store to buy steak for dinner, you know that you want it to be seasoned just right. So what do? You take time to marinate it. You put that steak and throw all the season or the rub on it or whatever you so do. Then you put it into one of those Ziploc bags and you zip it up. So it makes sure that it holds all its moist and all that good juice in the inside. And then when you get ready to pull it out and ready to cook it, it'll lay on that stove, grill, or however you do it. But by the time you get ready to eat it, it's just falling off the bone. The meat just falling off the bone. And that's how you have to think about the benefit of networking, because it increases your visibility. Let me tell you, it's nothing like being more recognizable when people see you. It increases your chance of being considered for opportunities. Two, it'll help you to collaborate. It helps you get into that collaboration, that pool of other decision makers and kind of what they got going on. Listen, we cannot do this thing by ourselves. Business is done in collaboration, and you have to have a good collaboration partner. Three, it's going to give you access to resources. Listen, I love to make sure that I'm learning and learning and learning. And so do you. You have to make sure that you're learning constantly with your business and growing and developing. But some things we just don't know. I'm not a be all know all. So I love the opportunity, and I welcome the opportunity to learn new different things. So being that benefit and using networking strategies and using networking techniques, it gives you access to resources. 4, it gives you brand awareness. It is helping you to build your brand and help, again, to broaden your audience. 5, it gives you access into decision makers. A lot of times when we are doing things on our own, we're not getting access to those decision makers. Have you ever had an opportunity where you said, oh my God, I would love to work with that person. Oh my God, this is the person who I need to work with. being the benefits of networking gives you that opportunity, but you have to make sure that you're increasing your visibility and your brand awareness, and you're looking to collaborate. Listen, 6, it gives you industry trends. A lot of things are going on that we don't really have preview to. If you're in technology and you're a salesperson, if you're not really paying attention, you don't know what's going on in this industry. We want to be that one-stop shop to our clients. So guess what? We have to make sure that we're actually utilizing all the resources that it's going to take for us to be able to be that one-stop shop. And then last and most importantly, with the benefits of networking, it helps you to do business growth. Listen, it can take your business from here to 10 times X or 200X, depending on where you're going, how hard you put in the effort into it. Networking takes time. It takes time to build the relationships. I gave you the opportunity about how we talk about marinating, but relationships take time. Networking takes time. And we want to make sure that we're building and developing the right relationships. 3, listen, after we've done all that, we got to have a plan. We got to have a way of what are we going to do? Now we've got all these contacts in our hands and we're making best relationships. Now what do? We have to create an action plan. I'm going to share with you real quickly, how do you create this action plan? First of all, you need to set a goal. Make sure that whatever you're doing in networking or wherever you're going, make sure that you are laser focused on the goal. Keep the focus and goal in mind. If you're going to a networking event just to have happy hour, okay, stay on that focus. If you're going to make sure that you're trying to develop some relationships, make sure that you stay on that focus and make sure that you're actually developing the relationships. 2, make sure that you do research. I hear this all the time. People say, networking, this doesn't work for me. It doesn't work for me. Well, you know what? We have to start doing some research because you got to make sure that you're in the right place at the right time, talking to the right people. And if you're not in that space, then guess what? It is not going to work for you. So make sure that before you go to any event, make sure that you do research. Find out who the speakers are, the hosts are, how long they've done it, what kind of people attend that. Make sure your ideal or target audience is inside of that group that you're going to. Prepare your introduction. Now, when I talk about prepare your introduction, I'm not talking about your sales pitch. I am not talking about your sales pitch. I'm talking about a way that you can prepare your introduction that's going to make you memorable. A lot of times when I leave an event, people know who I am because I'm the networking ninja. I'm always giving you something to remember me by. But you need to make sure that you have something that person is going to be able to connect with you and make sure that they remember you by. Next, listen, we have to practice our networking skills. Now, when I talk about practicing the networking skills, one of the most skills that needs to be practiced that we always leave out is listening. Networking requires us to listen. That is the best skill. We cannot go in with our agenda. We have to go in with the agenda of who we're trying to connect with. And the only way that you can be of service to that person is making sure that you're listening to their needs and desires and wants. Make sure that we understand exactly what that is. Next, we want to make sure that we update our digital presence. Now, oh Lord, do not go to an event or pass out your information and your digital presence is not updated. Let me tell you, you only get a few seconds to be what we call it, a first impression to somebody. And if you go into that meeting or you give them any information that is not updated, you done lost the impression. They're going to go on to someone else. Remember, they're not going to hunt for you. You got to make sure that when you are prepared, again, prepare when you go to networking events. Let me see, bring essential materials. Make sure that you have all your essential materials. Please don't go there. Don't have a battery charge. Don't have your digital updating. Don't have things that you have to get a borrowed pencil, anything. You need to be 100% ready. I call it Roto-Rooter ready. You have to be ready and make sure that when you're ready, people understand that you mean business. Don't go to an event and not connect with anybody. Your goal at any event, virtual or in person, is to connect with five people. Do not go anywhere and not connect with anyone because guess what? Yes, you have wasted your time. If you don't at least make 5 connections, and you have totally wasted your time. Remember, you are not networking for yourself. You're networking for the next person. And most importantly, if you need to figure out a way to join or connect with 5 people, join a Facebook group. Every conference, every event has a Facebook group. And their sole purpose is to bring that community together. You can go through that Facebook group and make sure that you connect with 5 people. Look at the first 5 people, if nothing else, who've made a comment, and then you connect with them. Okay. And then when you get to the event, it makes it a little easier for you to be able to navigate through the event. Follow up. Make sure you have a follow-up plan. You cannot do anything without a follow-up plan. Remember, by the time you connect with somebody and the time you initially make that appointment, if you don't do it within 24 to 48 hours, they've forgotten about you. Yes, they just forgot about you because life happens. So you want to make sure that you have something that you can connect with them very quickly. Matter of fact, we all have it in our phones. We have a little thing in our phone where we can do already have a standardized message that you can be able to meet with somebody. For me, when I do an event, I do it right then and there. You know, I even pick a day, Tuesday or Wednesday. What works for you? And I put it in there and I text it immediately so they'll know that they'll already have me on their plan for next week. Connect with them on all social media platforms. I don't care what kind of platform they are. You can even ask during the conversation, what's the best way to connect with you? Are you on Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook? You know, where are you at? IG? You want to make sure that you're connecting with them, but make sure you connect with them on all social media because our clients, if nothing else, tell us everything through social media. Next, you want to make sure that you are connecting them with your CRM system. Now, after you've done that and you put that information in there, that little handy dandy note, they should be in your CRM system, which is a robust system that you can be able to throw them into immediately. So now you can start sharing relevant information with them. It's nothing like your client getting some surprise information from you about their business that they didn't even know. Then that helps you to stay engaged with them. By you staying engaged with them, keeps the conversation going. It keeps it going. But more importantly, you are authentically trying to find information out about them. Lastly, but not least, set a calendar reminder. Even though you set the first appointment within the first 48 hours, you have to put them on your calendar because not only will you forget about another follow-up appointment, but it keeps the conversation going. So I would say within 48 hours, set appointment. Then 2 weeks later, set another appointment. After that 2 weeks, 7 days from that, set another appointment. And then the last but not least, make sure that you have them on your calendar for the next 30 days. Why is that so important? Because it helps you to be able to keep the conversation going. Listen, if you're not staying in front of your clients, they're going to be doing business with somebody else who's selling the same products and services as you are if you're not staying connected with them. Real quickly, there's types of communication when it comes into networking. I'm just going to run through these real quick. The first one is a relationship builder. You know, what kind of relationship are you? See, here's where it happens is when you figure out what type of communicator you are, you can make an impact. Your style makes a difference in the impact that you do when it goes to communication. Because the only way you can be effective in communication is to be able to leverage your strengths, right? And so in order to leverage your strengths, you have to know what kind of communicator you are in order to be able to build the relationships that you need to create these opportunities. So think about this. Are you a relationship builder? That's the person who is just focused on creating long-lasting relationships. 2, are you a social butterfly? I'm considered a social butterfly because when I go to events, I love to network. And if I see somebody that I know, I'm going to bring them over to the phone and say, hey, do you know such and such? I'm always trying to be that person that hypes up the event, is excited about the event. And listen, I'm trying to make sure that I connect people with the event. Are you just that expert communicator? Listen, you don't want to network. You just want to tell people about your business and that's it because you're an expert in that industry. The next one is, I call it FOMO, fear of missing out. These are people that want to be, or type of communicators that just want to be, I don't want to say like party hopping, but it's kind of the same thing because they want to make sure that they're in every event, at every event as possible they can be at. So what kind of communicator are you? Are you FOMO? Means fear of missing out. So guess what? You got to be at the next event. But even if you're at all these events, you still have to make sure that you're doing the other types of communication. Or are you just a buffet eater? You go to the event and all I want to do is eat the food. That's it. I don't want to eat nothing else but the food at the buffet line. Are you collaborating? Are you looking to collaborate? When you go to events, are you genuinely looking to collaborate and figure out, listen, I've been wanting to collaborate with X, Y, and Z, and I'm going to go over there and make sure that I'm collaborating. Or are you just a digital networker? You don't want to do any type of communication except digitally online. That's all you want to do. And the last one is an innovator. These are the type of communicators who always want to stay, again, with the fresh ideas, the latest trends. They're good at identifying new opportunities. You have to think, how can you leverage your skills? How do you communicate? How are you going into events? And what is your total goal when you go in there to communicate? But I'm telling you, by identifying what type of communicator you are, you can make such a significant impact, just not only in your business, but in your network, in the network of others. It's just how you master the art of communication and build these long-lasting relationships. Now, lastly, the next to last, we want to talk about this amazing thing called LinkedIn. I love LinkedIn. LinkedIn has over 810 million users. And did I mention Again, it is a free platform. So you have to think about, man, if I can go to a free platform that has over 810 million users, I need to make sure that I'm on my game. But in order to do that, you have to make sure that you're there. Your profile speaks that, hey, I have a product and service to offer, and I can communicate to you effectively. I can meet all your needs. But the only way that you have to do that is you have to start with the very first thing that they see. That is your first impression, which is your LinkedIn profile. So some just real quick things, you have to make sure that your profile picture is good, that it's a professional picture. Your headline speaks to exactly what you do. Make sure that you put in all your multiple media in there. There's different sections, and we can show you that in our LinkedIn Bootcamp. If you have ever been featured on the cover of Tapped In magazine, then you want to make sure that you're putting that in there. A global recognized publication. When your prospects see that, they're going to be like, oh my God, she's featured on, or he or she is featured on the global cover of a magazine. You want to make sure that your summary speaks and emphasizes your strength. It tells your professional story. You don't get very many characters to do that in there, but you want to make sure that you are hitting some very high bullet points to tell people why they need to work with you. Your experience should, you know what, when you talk about your experience, it should focus on some ROIs that you did for your clients. Make sure that when you're thinking about it, your profile is not your resume sheet. It's like your business sheet, and it's telling people what you do and how you can help them. You have to remember that, right? That it's not about listing all your skills, especially if you're an entrepreneur. What have you did? How have you changed somebody's business? You want to make sure that you're putting that in your experience. Make sure that you also update your skills and education. Again, a lot of times we need to be making sure that we are putting educational experiences in there. Certifications, if you don't have enough certifications, listen, join our LinkedIn Bootcamp and we can show you how to get some more certifications on your program. But you are the expert in your field, and you have to be able to let your audience know when you do that. Because believe it or not, the algorithms of LinkedIn works a little bit of the same as it does in any other particular, but they're going to put the things that focus first. And you want to make sure when those things are, look at your LinkedIn, the next time you look at it, look at how the algorithms have changed, have they shift the components that's on the front page of that LinkedIn. And that's what you really want to focus on. But some of the times clients want to know who you are. Because guess what? We're building a no license trust factor. So they want to know a little bit about who you are. So make sure that you got your recommendations on there. Make sure that you have your volunteer work and service that you did. Again, any media attachments, videos, in magazines, you need to make sure that you have them all listed, and make sure that you are engaging in the network, that you're participating in the conversations. Listen, if anybody has took the time to leave a message or comment, I don't care if they say good job, well done, whatever, they took the time to leave a message, then that's your part to engage and to help, again, keep the communication going. The more that you master this technique, the better you're going to be building relationships, authentic relationships, and you're just going to be growing your network. See, when you master this, it goes way beyond the business card. You have to think about everything we talked about today is mastering the art of communication. It goes way beyond that. We have to think about the longevity and the goal to where we're trying to go when we're mastering our art of communication, and how we're using these network skills that we can show you through our LinkedIn Bootcamp and through our networking strategy bootcamp. We host these bootcamps to make sure that we can help you to be able to network and learn how to master the art of communication when it comes to this. Lastly, I want to talk about real quickly how after we've done all that, now we got to master this thing through a media and publication. And this is how we talk about really leveraging everything that we do in the part of. So listen, branding, visibility equals opportunity. And how do we do that? We have to do that in a way that really makes our message powerful. And a media platform could do that. See, Tapped In magazines offers you a dynamic space. We offer you a dynamic space to share your story, your expertise, and your vision by strategically using media. See, we help you to elevate and amplify your voice, and it can resonate with audience on a global scale. When you think about truly mastering the communication, entrepreneur has to be consistently shown in a publication anywhere between 12 to 14 times a year. And by doing that, you're engaging with your audience on a regular basis about your products and services. The going to communication is critical to stay in front. Remember, if you're not visible in front of your client, they're going to do business with someone else who is selling the same product as you, but they are more visible. You have to be able to master the relationship with your client and the visibility. Every time you do a massive exposure and the visibility you are gaining through media, Tapped In Magazine directly reflects the value. You're adding so much value to your platform or service that you can bring to your audience. And the more communicating and engaging you are, the more you're building your brand to a greater audience and have such more an impact. But I really want to share with you, if you think about this, how media and publication drives. One, it helps you to reach and impact your audience. It helps you get that media expand. I don't know if you've ever seen publications, how they just grow. Like a person can be seen on a publication, now they're on TV, now they have their own talk show, because of the fact that they are showing their authority and credibility in their industry. It's allowing them to communicate on a larger scale. Two, you are building trust. Again, in authority. Tapped In Magazine, we help you to establish that and position you as a trusted leader in your industry. Three, it keeps you engaged. We should be engaged all year long. 12 to 14 times, you should be having something that's going on each and every month about your business that's keeping you engaged. We have to make sure that we are developing and finding the need to our client. We are that one-stop shop, but we have to stay engaged with them. You should be having something that coming out or working within your business that your clients can get engaged with. And again, global visibility, it helps you to send that mass message and reach people worldwide. We have to think about when we're doing this and talk about how to master the art of communication. There are so many different tools and techniques, but how do I really communicate with that client? How do I keep them going at all times? How do I understand what their needs are? You're going to do that because I've given you a lot of techniques and strategies. Not a lot of time, a lot of techniques and strategies in order to be able to master that. We know through all these medias that we've talked about today that there's a way that your client is talking to you. But now, how are you communicating back with them? How are you communicating with them? How are you keeping them in the focus and in the line and in the goal of being your client? See, listen, we talk about having ambassadors and billboards. Remember, the clients, when you do an amazing job for them, when you've actually helped them, provided for their need, they become your ambassadors. They become your walking billboards. A lot of times, we have to, and that's another part that we could talk about in our boot camp, but we talk about building those ambassadors to help us to be able to reach more audience and tap into, they call Bobo, borrowing other people's audience. It shows you how to do that, because guess what? When you are mastering the art of communication and you're using these simple techniques that we talk about, it's just the beginning of how we can actually build our clientele, how we can make it grow. But we do this through mastering the art of communication, which is a simple technique. We always think about a lot of times when we get ready to go to a networking event. And a lot of times if the networking event is so uncomfortable for you, it's kind of like you don't want to go, right? But you want to go because, again, we've done our research and we know who's going to be there. And my client is going to be there. But now how do I navigate that process? You're going to go into the event. You're going to make sure that you do a 365 panoramic view of the room. And then you're going to find out what kind of communicator you are. We share those techniques with you. You're going to know what kind of communicator you are, because right now, if there's a room full of a lot of people that you don't know, you have to be able to hone in on your skills and master that. So listen, for more information about Tapped In Magazine, you want to make sure that you go to Tap In, that's TAPIN, magazine.org. You can look at becoming on the front cover of our magazine. Right now, we got Women's History Month, and we want to elevate all those amazing women. Listen, right now, we're making history. We're writing our own story, and we want you to be a part of our story. So go to Tap In Magazine, that's TAPIN, magazine.org. You're on mute.
Dr. Price, thank you. And I like to also thank our audience. Geniuses comment, and we'll see you on the other side. Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
How hard is it to land on the front cover of a top-tier global publication? The answer may surprise you. If you are a business owner, industry leader, speaker, author, or coach, this is your opportunity to get featured in a publication that reaches worldwide. We want to be able to tell your story, showcase your brand. We have made it so easy. All you have to do is answer a few questions and tell us a little bit about your business, and we'll take care of the rest. But why get featured? One, it gives you massive exposure to a global audience. Two, it helps to boost your credibility and your authority in your industry. And three, it helps you to expand your network and unlock opportunities. Now, right now, we are offering a special limited time offer. You can be seen by over 10,000 viewers and readerships each month. So don't wait. This is your time to elevate your business and get featured. All you have to do is click the link below and get started today.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
Hi, I'm Linda Peavy, owner of LaPav Consulting. My passion is to place your organization on the path to excellence. Are you struggling to communicate your message, reach target audiences, or secure funding? From marketing communications to grant writing, we achieve your goals. We've worked with high-profile clients and have secured $17 million in funding for charter schools and nonprofits. Call today to discuss what your success looks like and how LaPav Consulting can help.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement, I love to leave the inherited lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income, and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. Wow. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Morris.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish,
Goldie,
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserved. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
The African company and the African CEO is making a conscious decision to bring on someone external to the continent versus bringing on someone who is from Ghana or Kenya or South Africa. And so the skill sets of the people that we take through our executive leadership training program and ultimately on the placement, obviously have to be extremely high caliber. So what we look for are corporate executives at the vice president to C-suite level, as well as Black entrepreneurs. When we look at the Black corporate executives, we're looking for some very specific skill sets, whether that be around supply chain, sales and marketing, engineering, product development. We want our folks to be able to add immediate value to the corporate board, right? And the other thing is, even if they don't necessarily have specific industry experience, they're bringing a diversity of thought.
Are you an innovative entrepreneur or business owner ready to embrace the future of business transformation?
The world is evolving at an unprecedented pace, and it's crucial to adapt and pivot towards success in this dynamic landscape. At the Hello LLC, we are dedicated to guiding you through this transformative journey, offering a comprehensive suite of services that extend
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Mary D. Welch, and I am your business moderator for this edition of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, aspire, and educate businesses about business. Our speaker today is Mr. Sidney Wormley, a business growth Imagineer. He is the founder and solutions of Proven Results. With over 30 years of experience, Sidney is a business strategist and growth expert, driving success in corporate leadership, entrepreneurship, and business development. He has had key roles in JP Morgan Chase, Pepsi-Cola, and Citigroup, and successfully managed multi-million-dollar businesses with a focus on operational excellence and innovation. As a professor, speaker, and author, Sidney empowers future leaders with proven strategies for financial growth and business transformation, including an MBA in personal and operations management and a BS in mechanical engineering from Michigan State University. He is a trusted expert in turning vision into value. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Sidney Wormley. Hello, how are you?
Good, good. Thank you for the warm and impressive introduction. I didn't recognize myself there.
Well, that's all you.
You keep looking around going, wow, that sounds pretty good. That's not bad. I want to meet that guy. I want to meet that guy.
Well, welcome to the show. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate being here and an opportunity to talk with folks. So I want to talk with people out there today about your business and around growing your business. And as you heard a little bit from the introduction, I've done a few things around business growth, both from the startup and the turnaround perspective. But I guess the first question I have for most of my clients or prospective clients when I start talking with them, I'll also ask you to here today is, where do you want your business to be? And you really think that through. Where do you want your business to be? 6 figures? 7 figures? 8 figures? More? So when we start, we always, believe we have a great business idea, a product that everyone will need, a service that everyone will desire. And we have that, vision, that expectation, that desire to make our business the next Google, the next Amazon, the next Apple. So why is it then nothing's happening? And we, get frustrated where that vision isn't coming true, where we're not moving any closer to that idea that we had about where we were going to be, what this business was going to be about. Why are my sales so stagnant? Why are they trickling in? Or worse yet, why are they just non-existent? And I've spoken with some business owners who've launched or started their business, and literally after many months and years, they still have just an inkling of sales. Not as much as they might have if they had a secondary job or a part-time job. So why is that? And all of my experience tells me this. Here's the cold, hard truth. Scaling a business to 8 figures or beyond requires more than just ambition. And if that weren't the case, a lot more of us would be successful and rich. But scaling a business to 8 figures and beyond demands a strategic, actionable plan, something that's detailed, again, very specific about what needs to be done, when it needs to be done, etc. So you need to make sure you're equipped with the tools, the insight, and the confidence to achieve transformative growth, to take your business from whatever your vision is to the level of value for your clients or customers and for your own personal wealth. And that's what it's about. How do I take my vision to this value level for my clients, this value level for me personally? What is it going to take? What are the steps, et cetera? And I've spent my entire career turning around business operations in decline, or transforming business units with lackluster sales, or starting up new business ventures in a variety of markets. And I've done this work for some of the largest corporations, some of the largest Fortune 100 companies. And that was mentioned on my introduction. Companies like PepsiCo, companies like Citigroup, companies like Mead Corp, companies like JP Morgan Chase. I've also done this, transformative growth and kind of strategic growth for my own businesses, as an entrepreneur. And I've done that for business owners as a business growth Imagineer that was mentioned before. And what I found is this. One of the main reasons that the success for the business that we envision at the outset eludes us, so when we think about where we want that business to be or our business to be when we're starting out, and we envision that and we see it clearly in our mind and what that's going to mean for our families, for us personally, individually, et cetera. One of the main reasons that vision eludes us is that because too often what we do is we wait until we are bigger to do the things that we see the big dogs do. So we all want to be the big dog. We want to run off the porch with the big dogs, run in the pack with the big dogs. But every step of the way, we keep waiting to do the things that we see the big dogs doing because we say, well, we're not big enough for that yet. When I have a little bit more money, I'll do those things. When I'm turning a profit, then I'll start doing those things. The big dogs didn't get to be big dogs because they waited to do those things. They got to be big dogs by doing those things. So, as an example, we want to wait until we have more sales to set up our financial reporting system and to work with a bookkeeper and an accountant. And I can't tell you how many of my clients or prospective clients that turn into clients that I have to start working with them on creating their books. Now, again, we don't need to have an elaborate system. If I'm a startup with, $500 a month in sales, I don't need an elaborate accounting system, but I need a financial reporting system that allows me to track what's going on and allows me to measure as a milestone, am I getting closer to this vision that I have? And if we keep waiting till, when I'm making enough money, then I'll hire a bookkeeper, then I'll set up my books. I didn't say you need to hire an accountant for $1,000 a month, but you need to have financial accounting a system set up so that you can document what's going on and track what's going on and use that to monitor the progress of what you're doing within your business. We want to wait until we have more sales to hire a business coach to help us determine the best course of action. We want to wait until we're looking for a loan and some funding to create our business plan. So we're always waiting until things are bigger and better, higher sales, more profitability, to do the things that big dog companies are doing to get to be big dog companies. So that's one of the things I've learned throughout all of my experience and my process the difference between those who are big or who are growing to be big versus those who are stagnant is that they don't have that strategic plan. So one of the most basic things, and so when I look at all of the companies that I've worked for, all the companies I've worked with, all the companies I've led and managed as an entrepreneur, when I look at each and every one of those, when I look at the ones that are throwing off consistent, explosive financial growth, here's one thing that I always find to be true. It is always the result of very, very basic things. And one of those basic things is effective strategic planning. Now, I can go into some other things that doing effective strategic planning also results in, but one of the most fundamental basic things that they all do and that they all do well is create very effective strategic plans. Now, if you want to understand what strategic planning is really all about, one of the things I always do when I do workshops on strategic planning is have people kind of close their eyes and think about a situation or scenario. And I create a couple of them. One is about being in a canoe. There's 5 other people besides you. So 6 people in the canoe, you are one of them, and you're rowing down a river that's calm and easy flowing, etc. And you're chit-chatting and having a nice day. It's warm outside, the sun's beating down, and all of a sudden you start hearing a noise get louder and louder and louder. And the stream or river that you're in goes from kind of meandering to all of a sudden moving pretty quickly. And all of a sudden you look up, and up ahead of you, you see this massive waterfall drop. And you know at that moment you're in trouble. And the question I ask folks then is, when they picture this scenario in their mind, is what do they want to see and hear? And one of the things I know, if I'm in that situation, I want to see everybody rowing. I want to see everybody rowing in the same direction. I want to see everybody rowing in the same direction at the same pace and cadence. And I want to see them doing that with a sense of urgency. So when we're looking at these things, everybody rowing, I don't want to have somebody sitting there with their paddle out of the or out of the water saying, "Oh, why are we doing that? I think we should be doing something different. Oh my gosh, who gave you the right to tell me what to do?" I don't want to see that. You don't want to see that. I don't want to see one person rowing over there, one person rowing back over here in different directions, because that's not going to get us anywhere. I don't want to see people rowing at all different paces and cadence, because our paddles or our oars are going to keep bumping into each other, and that's not going to be very efficient. And I don't want to see everybody stroking really hard with a sense of urgency, and one person like they're in the park on a Sunday, kind of nice and easy, because now we're not being as effective as we could be. So strategic planning is a lot like this, or gets results with that kind of a scenario in mind. So strategic planning is this very disciplined process aimed at producing fundamental decisions, fundamental actions that will shape and guide what an organization is going to do, what it is about, why it's going to do those things. So very specifically, very clearly what it says, what it does, what it creates is an understanding of who we are as an organization, what we do as an organization, and why we do it. What's our motivation? What's our inspiration? What's our drive? What's behind that with values, from our values perspective? So the process of creating a plan of action, a path, to go from our current place, our vision that we have for the future, taking into consideration all the risk, all the unpredictability, all the randomness, but also with the resources that are needed and the ever-changing environment that we're going to be in. So that's what strategic planning is all about. We're creating this very specific action plan, this path, these steps, logical, tactical, etc., to take us from here, where we are today, to where we envision us to be in the future, considering all of those things. So it determines what our goals and objectives should be. And we use those goals and objectives both as kind of mile markers or path markers, but also as guideposts. That's where we're heading. We can see it up ahead. We know where we're going to, what we're moving towards, and what our end goal is. And we can use it as a mile marker. As we pass some of those things, we can say, yes, we're making progress. We're getting closer. But it also determines what are all the resources that are required. How many employees are we going to need for this, this goal, this journey, et cetera? How much capital or dollars are we going to need for this? What kind of equipment will we need? What kind of technology do we need to bring with us so that we'll be able to achieve these things? What kind of skills do our people need to have? All of those kinds of resources and more, we need to understand, and it comes from creating this strategic plan. If we don't do that, we don't know those things. And therefore, things can be being presented to us all the time, right in front of our face, and we have no idea. I had a client that I just brought on board about 3 weeks ago, and I was working with him on his business and business growth. And one of the things that determined from the very first session was, look, this isn't about what you thought it was. What it really is about right now is you're restricting your growth intentionally because of some individual personal capacity limitations. So you're restricting it. And if we let that go, if we unleash that dam, you're going to see your business grow. So as I, talked to him about that, he started seeing and understanding, and he immediately put it into place. That next week he came back with oh my gosh, all of these things started happening for my business. Not because they weren't there before, but because he wasn't able to see them before, because all he was focused on was the restrictions he needed to put in place to keep it in a way that he could manage it. And so when we start creating this strategic plan of where we're going, when these opportunities start presenting themselves, we start recognizing for what they are. They are opportunities for us to grow, and we latch on to them, we secure them, we bring them into the fold and start using them appropriately. Strategic planning, though, also allows us to really prioritize all of our tasks, all of the things that we need to do. What's most important? What is first? What is second? What is third? Etc. And we start doing those things. A strategic plan allows us to stay on track and stay on target, so that we're not, doing the next thing that seems cool and nifty, etc., that we read about in a book, that we heard about in a podcast, that we saw somebody do in a TikTok video, etc. We stay on target, on task, and on track because we know where we're heading, and we have a plan for here's the next step and the step following that. It keeps us from going in circles. And so some of us have worked in organizations like that. Some of us have unfortunately led organizations like that, where we keep going in circles. We get to a point, someone new comes into the team, they give a suggestion, and they say, well, or we say, well, we did that before, but maybe it'll be different this time. And we go right down that same path. And there we are back again at square one, doing the same thing, struggling with the same issues over and over and over again. Having a very effective strategic plan, though, also keeps us from working against one another, where you have departments who are, pulling one direction over here because that's what's best for them or what they believe is best for them, and another department pulling, in this direction because they think that's what's best for them. And so you have these things working in opposite directions and kind of pulling the organization apart. You're working against each other, working against one another, and that's not helping the organization actually move forward. And so having a strategic plan allows us all to see, here's where we're going, here's how you contribute to that, here's how I'm going to contribute to that, here's where we need to collaborate and work together to make sure that we are not in conflict with one another. Having an effective strategic plan also gets all of our random or what seem to be chaotic actions aligned in one direction so that we're moving in the same direction. And again, that's an important piece of the puzzle in moving forward. So the impact of good strategic planning, a few things: clear direction and focus, improved decision-making, enhanced alignment across all of your departments or teams, or all of your functional activities. So even if you are a solopreneur, if you have a effective strategic plan, there are different hats you're wearing through the course of the day. It's a business, which means all of these functions need to be done. And if I'm doing things in one functional area when I put on one hat that is in contradiction or conflict with something I'm doing when I put on a different hat, doesn't matter that it's one person, an individual, it still means I'm going to be working against myself. And so alignment across our teams, across our functional units is a result of good, effective strategic planning, better resource allocation, as I mentioned before. And the bottom line, of that is, hey, we're going to have a positive return on investment, positive financial performance. It allows us to proactively manage risk because, again, it's an uncertain world. We can't predict everything. There are going to be things that happen that we thought about, but we didn't. We thought we planned for, but we didn't. And so we can be proactive in some management of risk, but it also allows us to quickly, on the fly, be able to make decisions that are going to be good for the long term because we understand where we're going and we can mitigate some of the risk that comes from the things that we couldn't anticipate. Scalability and growth, obviously, is a result of that. Improved financial performance, a tangible result of that. Improved employee engagement is something that we often overlook. But how frustrating have you been when you worked in an organization where everything is chaotic, where you're going from here to there, where groups aren't aligned and working together, et cetera? When we have a good, effective strategic planning, there is alignment of teams and staff, and that raises employee engagement. And one of the best determinants of success of an organization is the positive engagement of employees and our staff. And that comes from also holding folks accountable, holding individuals accountable, and holding groups or teams accountable. It improves our competitive placement, in the industry. And then, last but not least, it really, for long-term sustainability, viability, it's crucial and critical for, our ability to thrive in both stable and volatile situations comes from having effective strategic planning. So, this is why it's so important, so key. And when we're not doing that as a leader for our organization, we're setting our business up for all of those kinds of failures. And so when we look at our business and say, why are we not getting to where I thought we were going to be? I want to be this big company, millions or tens of millions or, maybe even hundreds of millions of dollars in sales. Again, the 7, 8 figures or beyond. Why is that not happening? Why are things, stagnant and struggling? I will tell you first, look at, do you have a very detailed, specific, effective strategic plan? And if you don't, that's where you want to start. There's the old phrase, start with the end in mind. So we start today with understanding first where we want to end up, and we build by, kind of by backtracking the steps from day one, step one, to day in, step in, to getting there and to creating the picture. So what are some of those steps? I always break it down into 10 steps, 10 steps for effective strategic planning. Some may break it down to 7 or 6 by combining some of these things. There may be somebody who's out there, who's got a 15. I don't think anything, greater than 10 is going to be something that, folks can kind of latch onto and manage effectively mentally. But I also don't believe I'm, the smartest person on the planet to know that it's exactly 10. So maybe someone else can figure a way to roll this down to, 6 or 7. But here are my 10. And first and foremost, when you're going to do strategic planning, the first thing you need to do is look at your current performance. And that's something that I see people make as a mistake all the time, that we look at goal setting as to where we want to be, and we set those goals. Oh, we're at whatever, make up a number now. We're at 100K, in annual sales currently. I want to be at 500K by next year. Okay. And then we set that as a goal and a plan, and then we march off doing stuff. But we never looked at why we were getting the results that we're getting right now. I need to understand what's working, or what worked in this past year, what didn't work in the past year, and why didn't it work, or why did it work? And because if I understand that, then I can repeat the things more consistently, more frequently that worked, and eliminate the things that didn't work. And so there's some key tools that we can use. You're probably aware of many of those. SWOT analysis is one of those. Establishing KPIs, key process or key performance indicators. There are several different goal setting kind of techniques and strategies for using. But one is also just looking at a discussion or report around successes and failings. So if we just look at and write and document what were the successes we had last year or recently, and what were the failures, that's one step, one task, one activity in understanding our current performance. Establishing some really key performance indicators, and key performance indicators are kind of that dashboard. If you're driving a car, yes, I want to look at my speedometer, but I also want to look at my my gas tank indicator, my battery indicator. If I have directional information on my dashboard, that might be useful as well. I mean, any of those kinds of things might give me an indication of how is the car performing and how am I doing in terms of my travels and trip to wherever my final destination is. The same is true with the business. I need to understand where I am right now, what's going on with my organization, so I can make effective decisions about where I need to go and what I need to do next. Second thing, engage stakeholders, those people who have a stake in the business. Obviously, that's going to be customers. That's going to be employees. That might be your management team. That might be folks out in the public, the general public, local politicians, etc. Anyone that has a dog in the hunt, a stake in the process, some impact. They can either have input to or be impacted by what I'm going to do for a business. Then I want to make sure I'm getting that input, because if they're going to be impacted by it in any way, I want to get their input about what it is I want to do or why I want to do it, so I can make sure I'm incorporating those kinds of things. So use that as an effective step as well. Analyze your industry and industry trends. One of the things that I find with small business owners all the time, that they believe they can't do that because they don't have the resources, they don't have the staff, they don't have the money, or time, to engage someone to do that. Yes, you can buy those resources either as reports or as a service. I've done a lot of market research and market assessment reports for clients in the past, and do them also as a part of my work with them. But you can also do that on your own. You can use reference databases to be able to get industry information, competitor information, all those kinds of things. Not doing it doesn't mean you're going to be better and more effective. It means just the opposite. You're more likely to miss things than to being able to get things right. And so you want to take advantage of some of those databases to be able to get information about what's going on, what are the trends, what are people doing, what are my competitors doing, what seems to be the growth in that industry over the past few years, and what was my growth, and how does that relate or stack up, et cetera, et cetera. You want to review your mission statement, your value statement, your vision statement to see, are they still relevant? Do they still make sense? Are they the things that I'm still holding dear or pushing towards? And if not, then I don't want to create a strategic plan with an old, outdated vision statement, an old, outdated mission statement, or with values that no longer represent who I am or what I want the company to be. Setting clear goals. There's the old acronym SMART goals, SMART, and specific, measurable, actionable. The R most times people use as realistic, and T time bound. I believe in the SMART or the specific. I believe in the measurable. I believe in the actionable. The R for realistic, I changed that to relevant. Realistic is what you're going to put action up against. Realistic isn't about setting your goals small. In fact, I use the term big, hairy, audacious goals. You need to make that goal something big. For example, for me personally, this year, I set a goal 25 for 25. $25 million worth of improvements that I drive or induce, for companies that I interact with in the year 2025. Now, I didn't do 25 million worth of impact last year. So let me tell you, big 25 million is a big, hairy, audacious goal. As I started measuring what my performance was over January, February is not over yet, but over January, when I looked at the new clients I brought on, the improvements I made for the existing clients that I had, if I annualized that out, I was going to be well short of that. So I started looking at right then and there. Okay, now what do I need to do if I'm going to ramp this up? What can I do to make sure that this is happening at a much faster pace? Not because my business is going to fail if I don't get to that, but because that's the goal I set. And I want to understand, okay, what do I need to do if I'm falling short of that? Even if I didn't get to the 25 million, let's say I only got to 13 million, 12 million, 10 million of improvement that I made for businesses that I'm interacting with, I'm going to do quite well, for my business revenues and profits this year. So it's not about whether I do or don't get to it. I set the big, hairy, audacious goal because it makes me look at my business differently. What am I going to do differently? How do I make a quantum leap, from where I am today? And how do I achieve that? I don't look at if I didn't get there, that somehow I'm a failure. And that's one of the things, reasons why people set kind of tentative goals, incremental goals, because they want to have this feeling of success. Well, I got there. Well, did you really change the organization, et cetera? So you want to set clear goals. You want to make sure that those goals are smart, in their establishment, so that you can actually move forward. You want to prioritize, all of your strategic initiatives that you're going to put in place to actually grow the business. And you want to allocate resources. So that would be the number 7 one. You want to allocate resources that are going to be consistent with those initiatives and the prioritization that you've established for those initiatives. We don't want to allocate resources to something that is a low priority at the exclusion of resources being given to that thing that we said is the highest priority. So it's important as we're doing this process to make sure that's in place. But once we have all of that, the next step is when we then, delegate those strategic initiatives to the, individuals in our organization who are going to be responsible and accountable for executing that, so that they can create a very detailed action plan, step 1 through step N, exactly how it's going to be achieved. And then they're going to follow through on that. Well, at least that would be the expectation, that they would follow through on that. If we're doing that, then we've got to have a process by which we can monitor their progress, their successes, their performance. By establishing that process for monitoring and evaluating, we have the ability then to, 1, keep them on track, hold them accountable, give them recognition. There's lots of tools and structures that we can use for that, whether it's weekly review meetings, quarterly review meetings, monthly review meetings, monthly reports. So there's all kinds of ways to get the information and to monitor that through our dashboard, our financial reports, et cetera. But the important thing is that we're reviewing it on a regular basis, and that we're holding people accountable for the results, and we're recognizing those folks who are achieving the progress and moving the organization forward. Last but not least is communication of the plan. So whatever we create as a strategic plan, we obviously need to communicate that. And by communicating it, it's within meetings, yes, that's important. Doing presentations, yes, but we also can be looking at structures or ways that we can establish in our organization, especially if you have multiple mini employees, that we can get individuals across functions and responsibilities to communicate to one another through the strategic plan. So what's the alignment that we have? How is what we're doing in one function affecting the others? But continually communicating that plan every time one of those discussions has or comes up. Someone's presenting from the research department in some scientific studies or research that they're doing. We're going to ask them, well, how is that affecting our ultimate goal to be able to be the number 1 player in this industry and segment, and have them speak to that. Here's why we're working on that. Here's what that's doing. What are some of the products that might be beneficial in that? And now somebody maybe from the marketing says, hey, we're looking at that, and here's some of the products or services that are becoming more important or popular within our industry or segment, and the things that we need to work on. Now, all of a sudden, process development or product development starts looking at, well, what do they need to do to make sure that they're ready within their system? Maybe we need some new equipment. How long before that stuff is going to come online? All right, we need to be thinking about that in our planning process, in our capacity or our capital planning process as well. Those are all the ways by communicating the plan that we start getting alignment within the organization so that everyone can move forward and the organization can move forward. And again, these are true whether you have employees, 100 employees, 10 employees, or whether you are a solopreneur. So for those of you out there right now who are saying, again, I'll wait till I'm bigger to do all this stuff. I'm going to say you can't be a big dog unless you're doing the things that a big dog did to become a big dog. So it's not going to happen because one day, all of a sudden, you're like, oh, I'm a big dog. Now I'll do all this stuff. And that's not how it works. So last but not least, in all of those are the 10 steps. Those are the 10 things that we need to do in terms of creating and then implementing an effective strategic plan. But the key to the execution of that is about culture. It's about creating a culture around continuous improvement, because the reality for strategic planning, it's about movement. It's about growth. It's not about stagnation. So we're not going to be in the same place. And so you need to create in your organization, whether you're an organization of one, or whether you're an organization of 101 or 1,001 or 10,001, you need to create a culture that everyone is looking at. How do we improve? How do we get better? I mentioned before about my 25 for 25 goal for this year. I am an organization of one, but my focus on always getting bigger and better in my execution, in my accomplishments, in my achievements says that's where I set that goal from. I want to have that kind of impact. And you're going to ask me later how, do I plan to do that, and how can you benefit from that? But I set that because of my culture, my passion, my commitment to always improving, always getting better. Within your organization, you need to do the same thing. So, encourage feedback, throughout the course of the year. How are things working? What do we need to do different? And by encouraging that information, that insight, that understanding from others, you start hearing the things that they think need to be changed, or the problems that they're experiencing within the organization that, if removed or eliminated, would allow them to be more productive and more effective. You can use things like, town hall meetings, learning libraries. So where you have research or information that different functions or groups within the organization have brought together and are storing with it, so that people from different functions can come in and kind of see and understand. Any of those kinds of things will allow for you to create an organization that's dynamic, that's responsive to change, which are going to be important in terms of growth. Growth is about change. And so if you're not looking to continuously improve, you're not going to be effective in change. If you're not creating an effective strategic plan, then you're not going to be dynamic in your organization and moving forward. So by following these very structured steps, you can ensure a comprehensive, effective strategic planning process that sets your company up for future success, for getting the kind of financial performance that you envisioned when you started the company, and the personal financial success that you envisioned, so that you can have the kind of life or lifestyle that you wanted for you, for your family, for your work career life, as well as for your retirement life. Maybe you can be one of those that retires at an early age versus having to work at a long old age. So thanks for listening. I hope you got something out of it in terms of impact, and I'll give you some insight into how you can benefit from strategic planning, but more specifically, my strategic plan for this year, the 25.
Well, we want to thank you. I'm sitting here. I cannot write fast enough on these. When I say dropping gems, you are definitely dropping gems. I like to tell you, but thank you for being here today. And
well, let me tell folks, because you don't have to write it down. Here's my offer to everyone who listened to what I said today, and want to benefit from my 25 for 25. So again, my goal for my organization, for me personally, as a business growth Imagineer for this year, is to have $25 million of impact for however many businesses I work with. $25 million worth of impact in the year 2025. One of the things that after I looked at where I was in January and what I need to do, I need to either get bigger companies or a whole lot more companies, coming into the fold for that. So here's my offer. And I can't do it for everyone, so you're gonna have to apply. The faster you apply, the more likely you're to get accepted. It is 1 free month of coaching. This is not buy 12. This is not buy 12 and get 1 free, or pay for the 2 and get 1. No, it's 1 free month of coaching that I'm going to do. But there's an application process, because again, I need to make sure folks are going to do it. I only have a month. I need to make sure this is going to be a month worthwhile spent. For the person leading that company is going to do the things I need them to do, so I can get the results that I want to get for them in their business, etc. So if you are interested in getting 1 free month of growth coaching, then you can reach out to me either through my website. I'm going to give you my personal email and my phone number. You can contact me at SWORM. That's S as in Sydney, WORM _22 at yahoo.com. Also at my business address, my email address, Sydney, spelled out SIDNEY, W, at solutionswithresults.com, or by calling me, texting me at 718-791-8707. That's in the US, so +1, 718-791-8707.
Wow.
That's an offer you can't refuse.
I'm sitting here going, how fast can I call once we get off? So I'm
telling you.
No. I will be applying. That is for sure.
Looking forward to it.
I'm a solopreneur well, maybe not, because I do have a couple of people that work for me that are they are behind the scenes, I guess you could say.
Yeah. So kind of 1099 kind of folks.
Yes.
Yep. So they work for you.
Everything I'm hearing, I need. I'll be honest. I think I've been just kind of hitting and missing, but I do want to thank you again for your time, because this is wisdom. It really is wisdom. And
thank you. Appreciate it. Looking forward to hearing from you and all the others out there.
All righty. So, ladies and gentlemen, genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Welcome to and strategies.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the HeyTie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally. gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business lifecycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Me and who I am. And like I said, my name is Jerron Walters, right? I go by JL the Genius, and I'm a marketing strategist who helps coaches, consultants, course creators turn their annual income into monthly income using automations and virtual events. I'm the founder and CEO of Elite Commerce LLC, and my company is known as the Funnel Finessers. I'm also the author of the Profit Funnels ebook and an international gold medalist speaker on this platform that you're on today. My purpose is to educate, entertain, and empower others to become the best versions of themselves and use their voice to change the world. So that's a little bit about who I am. And today, what I want to talk to you guys about is about how you can grow and scale your business using something called funnels. Now, you may be thinking about a funnel cake. You may be thinking about a funnel for your oil in your car. That's not the type of funnel I'm talking about. What I'm going to be talking about is literally how I took a coach who was making 6 figures a year to $3 million a year. And I want you guys to be able to implement this and do the same within your business as well, right? So when I first got into entrepreneurship, I started off, it was like 2016. And I didn't really know what I wanted to do at the time. All I knew is that I had an idea, right? I created an invention and I wanted to figure out, okay, how can I get this to the next level? And by doing that, I was in the process of paying this company to help me with my invention. And it turns out that the company was a scam. It was a complete fraudulent company. And so I had to earn the money that I spent paying this company to rebuild and to actually, start my entrepreneur journey all over again. And it was terrible. Like I felt so bad when I invested in that company and didn't get a return that I vowed to never do that to my prospects. So one of the things that I was doing, I used to try to wholesale. So I would go around, drive around Indianapolis. Any house that I saw, I would call the number. And as I was calling these numbers, I got in contact with a guy, and this guy was like, man, I love what you're talking about. Why don't you come meet me, at my office, and we can talk more about your idea and how we can get it to the next level. So I go to this guy's office. It was like near a college campus. And when I go to this office, he's just like, man, we had a great conversation. And he was just like, man, I love everything that you're talking about with your idea, but you're missing one thing. And I'm like, yeah, I need sales. I need money, right? I need money in my pocket. He's like, no, he's like, that's not what you're missing. There's a step before that. He said, what do all businesses need? And I was like, sales, money with a great location. And what do you think the answer was? Put it in the chat. If you guys are watching right now, put it in the chat. What do you think all businesses need to be able to succeed online? Well, the answer was, he's like, all of those are great answers. He's like, but you need marketing. And he told me the only reason that a person who has a worse product than yours is selling more than you is because they have a better marketing strategy. And he gave me 2 books to read. One of them was Never Split the Difference by Chris Voss. And the other one was a book that completely changed my life. It was called .com Secrets by a guy named Russell Brunson. Now, this guy, Russell Brunson, he went from 0 to 100 million with his company in 3 years without using any venture capital. So that means he didn't get any money from anybody else. He just used his marketing tactics to be able to grow from 0 to 100 million in 3 years. And now he has his company's well over $1 billion. And so I'm like, when I learned about that, I'm like, that's what I want to do. I want to learn how I can grow and scale my business at that rate. See, right now you may be in entrepreneurship and it may be a grind, it may be a hustle. But the reason why you see people on social media and all these other places that it seems like they're doing better than you, it's not because they're smarter than you. It's not because, they have something that you don't have. It's not because they got this big old inheritance and now they can go out and spend a bunch of money on advertising. That's not it. The main thing is you are using the wrong vehicle, right? They're just using a better vehicle than you. So if I say, let's get in the lake, let's race. We're gonna race. And you start swimming. And me, I grab the rowboat. So I'm gonna get in the rowboat while you're swimming, and if we're going a mile, who's gonna win that race? I'm gonna win that race, right? But let's say I give you the rowboat, and then I hop in the speedboat. Now who's gonna win that race? Probably me. And it's not because, like I said, it's not because I'm smarter than you or anything like that. It's the vehicle that I'm using. And if you want to know how these multi-millionaires and billionaires are growing and scaling so fast, it's because they're using a vehicle, and their vehicle is sales funnels. Your vehicle might be an old door website or something like that. You still may be telling people to go to your website, and that's why you're not making any money. That's why you're not making any growth or progress or sales, because when it comes to marketing, a confused mind always says no. So when they come to your website, you have all these different links and different tabs and different places people can go. And so when they're going through the process of making a purchase, it's a lot of things getting in their way. And then you got to add things to cart, and you got to go to the cart to check out. It's too many steps in between them coming to your site and them actually purchasing from you, right? So what funnels do is they kind of close that gap. They make it to where when you come to this site, it's only one thing you can do on this page. So think about your website getting broken up into pieces, right? So instead of them seeing all of your products at once, you just putting all your products in their face. Now they only see this one product. Or before they even see the product, you're collecting the data. You're getting the name, phone number, email, right? And another thing about the name, phone number, email, that's data. So before you can even go to the next page and see my product, you have to give me your information, which is the data that I collect. If you are not collecting, and I want to say this very clear, if you are not collecting names, phone numbers, and emails from your prospects, you don't have a business, you have a hobby. We're not in this game, we're not on this network to have hobbies. We're in this network to run businesses. So one of the things that you should get started on right away is building your list, building your email list, right? So think about the people you have in your phone. That's a list. Think about the people you have following you on social media. That's a list, right? But there's lists that you are borrowing, and then there's lists that you own. I had a guy one time, he's one of my good friends now. He's a big social media influencer. This man ran his account up. He got up to like 5 million followers. He got to 5 million, and somebody sent him a link in his DM. He clicked on the link. The next thing you know, his page was completely gone. And this happened to me on a lower scale as well. So I felt his pain, but I only had like a couple thousand followers. He had 5 million followers. And just like that, overnight, his following was completely gone. He had to start from scratch. Now, why did that hurt him so much? It hurt him because, one, it took work to get there. And then number two, he didn't collect the name, phone numbers, and emails of the people that were following him. So he didn't have a list, right? So we have to be able to transition from the list into, which is something that you're borrowing, to something that you own, which is your own email list, right? So go from the social media to your list. And when I was telling you about that guy who helped me with those 2 books and helped me actually understand that all businesses need marketing, that's when I really dove deep, guys. I got really hyper focused on, okay, how do I become a better marketer? Because if I can market, it doesn't matter what I'm selling or what industry I'm in, I'm always going to have a successful business. And so that's what I want to talk to you about. Switching from not knowing how to grow and scale to being able to have 6-figure months or years, if that's what you desire, right? So when it comes to funnels, the first thing you guys have to understand is that this is a step that you cannot skip. The very first step is you have to be able to identify who your ideal client is. I tell people this all the time, and when I tell them this, they say, "Oh yeah, I know who I'm targeting." And I say, "Okay, who's your ideal client?" Well, I'm targeting moms from 35 to 55. I'm like, nope, that's not it. Your ideal client is not a group of people. It's one person that you should be focused on, one person that you should be speaking to, one person that you should be targeting. So you're not ranging from 35 to 45. It's a specific age. What's the age of this person? What's the gender? You can have a male and female avatar, right? Female dream client. What's the gender of this person? What where do they live? What kind of foods do they eat? What's their biggest dreams? What's their biggest fears? What's their greatest fears? What are the obstacles that are stopping them from success? What do they feel like is in their way? And so a lot of people talk about the demographics, but we have to also understand the psychographics, how these people think. And you have to know how your customer thinks and what they like more than they know what they like. Because if you have a detailed explanation of their problems, they're going to automatically assume that you have a detailed solution for their problems and that the solution is better than what they have. Because if they knew it, if they could figure it out already, they'd already be there. They'd already have the success and be successful. They're not there, right? So, and a lot of times when it comes to your dream client, think about yourself 5 years ago. What were you studying? What were you trying to do? What were you trying to accomplish? What set you on the journey and on the path that you're on now? Once you get clear on identifying who your prospect is, that's the very first step when it comes to funnels. So I'm gonna teach you the 4 components. All right, so the first one is knowing who your ideal prospect is. Once you identify that, now you need to get to the next phase, which is where these people are. Like, where are they? Where are they spending their time? Where are they spending their money? If you can find somewhere they're spending their time, that's good. If you can find somewhere they're spending their money, that's even better. But if you can find where they're spending both their time and their money, that's the sweet spot. That's where you really want to be. And so how do we figure out where these people hanging out? Well, I'm gonna give you guys a quick hack. You guys know that we have technology, and that's the beauty of living in today's society. I couldn't imagine, growing up in the Stone Age where when Dr. Kelly was coming up and they had to do guerrilla marketing, right? So, and big shout out to Dr. Kelly and the whole Black Business Network for hosting this event. But we have the internet. So if you want to figure out, okay, where are my dream clients? There's a couple of things you can do. One of the things is called the Dream 100. And this is where you list out 100 influencers or people who have your audience, right? People who have a large following and they are selling to your people already. That's one way, that's one hack where you can list these people out, and you within these big names, you can find in the comment sections and on their Instagrams, on their Facebooks, YouTubes, you can find your audience talking in the comments. A lot of times these people have so large followings that they can't reach out to everybody. They can't assist everybody. And that's where you come in. But don't come in needy, come in adding value. You always want to add value first. It's like when you going on when you want to go on a date with a girl, right? You don't just come at her and say, yeah, baby, let's get married, let's have kids. Like, she gonna turn you down. She gonna be like, who are you? I don't even know who you are. You want to add value, bring something of value to her life or to that person's life. So that's one of the ways you can find them, is by going and creating a list of 100 top influencers and figuring out, it could be Facebook groups, it could be Instagram pages, it can be Facebook profiles, it can be YouTube channels, it can be blogs, it can be newsletters, anything that you can think of where your people might be consuming the information or consuming these people information. That's where you want to go. And another quick hack to this, the second portion to that, is there's a site, and it's a cheat code. I'm gonna give you guys a cheat. Should I get it? I don't know if I should give you guys this. Put some fire in the chat if you've been getting value so far. Put some fire in the chat, because I don't know if I want to give you guys this site. Well, no, I'm gonna give it to you. I'm not gonna hold back. Okay, I'm gonna give it to you. And this is a site that is gonna pull up the blogs, the YouTube channels, the influencers, things like that you can follow within your niche. And the site is called Spark Toro. It's called Spark, SparkToro.com. And what this site is going to do, you're going to go to this site and you're going to type in your niche, whatever niche you're in. And you're going to type in a keyword. And it's going to pull up. They have a free version, but they have the paid version as well. But it's going to pull up a list of what I was just talking about, with the YouTube channels, the blogs, the podcasts that people are listening to, who follow that keyword, who follow that, whatever your niche is. And now once you know the hot spots, the hangout spots, you got to think about it. It's like a congregation. It's like if you go to a church, you're going to find a bunch of Christians. You go to the mosque, you're going to find a bunch of Muslims. You go to the basketball court, you're going to find a bunch of ball players, right? So if you had that one person in mind, that ideal client, and then you know where they're congregating, you know where they're hanging out. Now, what is the next step? Like, okay, JL, I know who I'm targeting. I know who, I know who they are. I know where they are and where they're hanging out, where they're spending time and money. Now, how do I get them into my world? So now brings me to the third step in the process. First step is who. Second step is where. The third step is what. What are you going to offer them that is valuable? And this needs to be something that's going to catch their attention. I remember when I was listening to this guy tell a story one time, and he was talking about how there was a hunter, not a hunter, a hustler in the village, and this guy used to always make the most money and sell the most fish every year. So he would go fish, and he would come back to the village, and everybody would just, he would be able to find the right people to sell out his fish. So he's selling out every day. And the other villagers, they're like, man, we can barely even sell 1 or 2 fish. They were on like the main strip, and this guy wasn't on the main strip, but he was selling more fish. They're like, man, what's your secret? He's like, you have to figure out what you can do to attract the right prospects, what you can do to bait the right prospects, right? So when I say the what are you going to offer them, your people, made for free, to get them to come into your world and say, hey, I want to see what's going on. I remember when I was in high school, I used to play ball in high school. And after school, we would always have to go to do study hour. So we would go to the study hall, and it was like an hour before practice. So we would go there, and I remember I got up one day. We were all at the computer. All the ball players were spread out on the different computers. I got up one day, went to go walk to the restroom. And as I'm getting up, I'm just walking by. I'm just looking at people's screens. And then I just see everybody is on ESPN. Everybody is on, searching up who's the top prospect for our class. Who's better, LeBron or Kobe? And so I just see all these ball players in this space. I'm like, if you have something it's going to catch their attention, it has to be good. It has to be so good. It has to be better. Your free stuff that you give away should be better than people's paid stuff. What do I mean by that? I mean that if somebody's already locked into something that they're interested in, how are you going to get their attention? You got to hook them. You got to distract them from what they're doing right now and get them to look over at you and see what you're doing. And that's by having a powerful hook and a powerful lead magnet, we call it, so you can attract them into your world. Once you got their attention and you're attracting them and you're solving a problem that they need, because they have some type of problem. Whatever our job as entrepreneurs is, just to be problem solvers. That's it. That it is what it is. But every solution creates a new problem. So it's a problem solution cycle. Somebody has a problem, it gets solved. So somebody is thirsty. So somebody is out of shape. That's a problem. They go to the gym, start working out. That's a solution. They've been working out. Now they're thirsty. That's a new problem. Now, from that new problem, they go get a drink, a Gatorade or a water. Now they quench their thirst. So see, every problem has a solution, but every solution creates another problem. So whatever you're giving them for free, whatever value you're giving them and catching their attention, that should solve a problem that they have, a very specific problem. Whether it's generating leads, whether it's getting exposure, whether it's getting on Billboard, whatever the problem is that you're solving, give it to them for free. And you give them your best stuff. A lot of times I hear people say, man, I don't want to give away too much. I feel like I'm giving them too much. If you ever feel like you're giving somebody too much information, you know what that means? It means you don't know enough. You need to hit the drawing board. You need to go learn some more. Because when you give away free information, valuable information, the people are gonna be like, man, his free stuff, her free stuff was so good. I wonder what I could get from her paid stuff. Right? So now you're adding value to the marketplace. We live in a informational age where you can look up something on TikTok, on Google, on Instagram, and if you're hoarding information, there's somebody out there who's giving that information that you're hoarding away for free, and they're making a lot more money than you. Right? So talked about the first step, which is who is your ideal client? The one person. Second step is where are they hanging out? Where are they congregating? Birds of a feather flock together. So if you can target that one person, the people around them will be attracted to you as well. The third thing is figuring out what are you going to give them that's valuable, that can catch their attention, and that can bring them into your world. Right? We're talking about funneling. Right? So once you figure out, okay, this is what I'm going to give them, the last thing is wow. You want to wow your prospects. Like I told you, you wanted to have it to where it's so good they can't believe it. They're thinking they're putting a gun to your head and robbing you because this was so good and you gave it away for free. And once you wow them, you allow them to, you solve that problem and allow them to get results, they're going to want to come back and do business with you. This is how we were able to grow and scale. Not only that coach, but other coaches as well, and how I've been able to create a 6+ figure business for myself. And this is the strategy. This is the 4 steps: knowing who you're targeting, where they are, what you're going to give them, and how you're going to wow them. That's the 4 simple steps. Once you got those steps in place, now it becomes rinse and repeat. Right? If you're a consultant, I always tell consultants, how many laps did you run? Like, oh, laps, I'm not in shape. No, I'm talking about how many laps. How many leads did you get this week? How many appointments did you set? How many presentations did you have? How many sales did you close? You got to run your laps. And all of this only comes through repetition. So when you first start out, you're going to be terrible trying to reach out to people. You're going to sound awful, right? But you have to keep doing it and keep going until you get better. And don't be afraid to, when somebody replies to you and they're talking about the money, don't be afraid to hit them with that next step. Like, hey, book a call. Hey, here's my product. Here's my service. You should be making an offer every single day, right? And let me kind of, so I explained the 4 steps of a funnel. But a funnel is just one crucial piece to your overall online success. So funnel is just the one piece. So think about the funnel as the house, right? So the funnel is your house. That's your foundation. I remember when I had some roommates in college, and with these roommates, we were looking around, we were house shopping because we didn't want to stay on campus. And we found a pretty nice house. It was like 3,300 square feet. It was about an acre of land. It was nice. It was enough room for all of us, right? Like 3 or 4 of us. And so when we got the house, there was no furniture in the house. So the funnel was the house. Think about the funnel as the house. Then when you go inside the house, that is where it was no furniture. So we had to put furniture in the house to make it a home. And what that is equivalent to when it comes to the online space, think about the funnel being the site, right? That's like your website. But the words that go on the page, the words that go inside of the funnel, that is what gets people to move. That is what causes them to react. That's what causes them to click a link. That's what causes them to book a call. It's the words on the page. We call that copywriting, right? So if you're hooking somebody in, you have to have a nice headline, right? So the funnel is the foundation. That's the house. When you put the furniture in, that's the copywriting, right? That's the words that go on your page, on your site. Once we did that, we put the furniture in the house. We like, man, everything looks amazing. It looks good. Let's have a housewarming party. You know, we feeling good. We feeling nice. We're like, man, we're gonna invite everybody up, man. We're gonna have a housewarming. And with a housewarming, that was our what you call offer, right? So we said, okay, what's gonna be our offer for the housewarming? We're gonna have good food, good music, good drinks. That was our offer for our housewarming. So the funnel is the house. The furniture that goes in the house, that's the copywriting. That's equivalent to the copywriting. And then the good food, good music, good drinks, that's equivalent to our offer. So for you, it'd be like, what are you selling? Don't just sell t-shirts. Sell the shirt, sell a hat and some socks as a bundle. Don't just be a commodity. Stand out, be different, create something that nobody else has, and start the new trend. Be the new trendsetter. Right? So once we created our offer, which was the good food, good music, good drinks, the next thing we did was like, okay, now we got our offer. Let's invite everybody over to the house. So we're gonna text everybody we know. So we start texting everybody we knew. Hey, come, we having a housewarming. Pull up. We having a housewarming. Come by the house. And that's equivalent to traffic. So traffic are the people coming, because you can have the best funnel in the world, the best copywriting, the best offer, but if nobody shows up, that housewarming party is as good as a haunted house. Is dead, right? Nobody's showing up. So you got to get the people, the traffic into the house. Who was the traffic? We just talked about that. That's your ideal client. The traffic is your ideal client. Where do you get the ideal client? We talked about where to get them. I gave you the site Spark Toro. I told you to look up 100 people who influence your people. That's where you find them, and then you bait them in with whatever you have to offer for free, whatever your lead magnet is, and then you have to get them results. If you don't get your people results, your reputation is going to follow you everywhere you go. It's like you can't run from your shadow. So make sure that whatever you do it with excellence. And when you start doing things out of spirit of excellence and you demand that from yourself, you can demand that from others. And others will see that you're excellent, and you'll start attracting new opportunities in your life that you didn't have before, because you're vibrating at a higher level. You're moving with excellence. But if you're out here just willy-nilly, if you're out here not taking your business serious, this message is probably not for you. But if you're somebody who do want to get to that next level, and you do want to scale, and you do want to, grow and turn your yearly income into your monthly income, I want to invite you guys to come schedule a call, complimentary, a 15-minute session with me or one of my team members. And all you have to do is go to funnelfinessers.com, FUNNESSERS.com/schedule-a-call. And you can schedule a complimentary session with me and my team members, and we're going to see if you're even qualified to work with us, and if we are qualified to help you. If it's a good fit, we'll talk about the next steps. If it's not a good fit, we'll give you some resources that can help you until you're ready to become one of our ideal clients. So I hope whoever this message was for received this message. I hope you guys digest this information and take this in, because business doesn't have to be complicated. If you follow simple rules and simple principles, then the money will follow you, right? Everything will start coming to you, and you'll be in a position where you got so many clients coming to you, you have to start referring them to other people. That's a good problem to have, right? Right now, your problem is you might not have any clients. When you solve the client problem, you're going to have another, it's going to be with the solution. You're going to have another problem. Because now you got too many people want to do business with you. And now that creates, you know, it'll have an opportunity for another solution. But I hope you guys found this valuable. If you want to follow me on any platforms, you can follow me on all platforms at JL the Genius, JLTHEGENIUS. I'm also on YouTube. I'm on Instagram. Find me on Facebook. You guys can literally find me anywhere where there's an online platform. And I'm always happy to help and serve you guys. Like I said, make sure you go to funnelfinessers.com/schedule-a-call, and you'll be able to get a free 15-minute session with me and my team. And we'll talk about a marketing strategy for you that can help you get to that next level. And for Dr. Kelly and the whole Black Business Network, I want to thank you guys for keeping this up and continuing to do great business and great work. A lot of these kids, they need laptops for college or to start their entrepreneur journey, and you guys are providing that. So I want to thank you guys for putting people in position, because you guys are in position. This is how we all win. This is how every other culture and race wins, because they help uplift each other. There is no competition. It's only collaboration, right? And if we learn how to collaborate, like Dr. Kelly, you know, has done so masterfully, and we learn how to contribute to one another's lives, then it's easy for us to get out of the hole that we're in and shrink that wealth gap, because we are behind. You know, we are 400 years behind. That's like somebody starting a race, running 400 laps and saying you can finally go. But we're not going to use that as an excuse, because now we have technology. Now we can go 400 laps in less than half the time it took them, right? So we're going to use technology. We're going to help each other, and we're going to leverage the expertise of others to climb on each other's back and get out that hole. So again, if you guys want to follow me, I'm JL the Genius. I'm so happy I can serve you. And for the action takers, make sure you go to that link, because I want to help you guys literally grow and scale your business and create a marketing plan for you and your team. As I always say, you have to believe, you have to educate yourself, you have to start and stay consistent, and that is only then is when you will transform. That's how you become the best version of yourself. Believe, educate, start, and then transform. I appreciate everybody. It's J.O. the Genius, and I will see you guys on the other side. And remember, genius is coming.